nuts. Thanks so much. But yeah, for those who don't know you, Otto, what do you think is the best way to quickly explain you?
Well, I'm automated. You can call me Otto if I know you personally, which is nobody in Twitch chat. So call me automated, I suppose. Um, I work as a full-time developer for Ludwig's Mogul Moves company. And I do like merch sites and stuff. I also do a lot of freelance. Yeah, I'm a dev on Twitch.
Good shit. I have been so impressed with your like history and come up. It feels like you always were focused on making things, not necessarily the like getting a job, learning, getting all the credentials type stuff that I tend to see a lot of being obsessed over, especially with newer devs. I'd love to hear a bit about how you got into dev and how you got so focused on building things.
Yeah, I mean, they're really interconnected. I'm really just a learn by doing kind of guy. I actually my first program was on a TI-89 titanium calculator in its basic, semi-basic language, TI basic, I think it's called. I made a program that would count down the seconds until math class ended. Very proud of that. So and that was in like 6th grade, so 6 or 7 years ago now. And yeah, I've been learning as I go ever since.
Sorry, my mic button froze for a sec. My CPU is unhappy with me right now.
Chugging.
Yeah, I do this to myself.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just gonna say, I think that I've told this to my community before, but I think that the absolute only way to become a really good developer is to find the things you're interested in and learn by working on those instead of just following tutorials and such. That's my view anyway.
Yeah, I think that that's very much the mindset you're going to find a lot of here as well. I'm really big on just build shit. Like, that is the job. And it's so easy to fall into tutorial hell, not necessarily because there is so much to know, but more because there's so much you don't know, and you don't need to know. Like, until you've built something, which knowledge is valuable is a lot harder to understand and identify. And without that context of I'm building this thing, I don't need to know all about TypeScript generics. I just need my button to work on my app. Without that, it's so much harder to know what you need to know.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the way I've seen myself learning as I like retrospect on it is, I'll have a problem, I'll Google it, I'll find it on Stack Overflow, I'll copy the code, and then I'll continue. And then the next time I have the same problem, I'd be like, oh, did I do that? I forgot what the code is, and I just Google it again, just copy the same code. After like 3 or 4 times of searching the same problem, I eventually now just remember. I've now gained the knowledge of what it works or how it works in my brain. I don't have to, it just speeds you up. You learn like that, and you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to learn every single detail because you naturally learn what you're using, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's such an underrated part of programming. Is the best way to learn it is to screw up at it. I take that philosophy with a bunch of things. I think it just comes from my skateboarding background. Like, you don't learn a new trick by sitting in class reading a book about it for 8 hours a day. You learn how to do a new trick by picking up a skateboard and going to try.
Falling off and then continuing.
The more willing you are to fall off and the more prepared you are to eat shit, the faster you can succeed.
It's a great quote. Yeah, totally agree with that.
I think your mic's a tiny bit low gain on your end. If you could bump that a bit, it might help a bit.
Bumping. How's this?
Way better.
Great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I always have to bump it up to like 150% in my Linux audio mixer, and then it resets itself every time I have to plug it in again.
Didn't know you were calling in from Linux. Good shit. Sorry that it was too loud for y'all on stream.
Oh,
yeah, I had you boosted on my side too, so I knocked that down a bit. Should be good now. Okay. Quick sound check, y'all. Good,
Test
bad,
1,
other.
2.
How we sounded? Better.
Great.
Cool. We're good
Awesome.
to go.
Cool.
So, on the topic of streaming and all of these challenges, something that always stood out to me is how early you were on Twitch. Like, it felt like you took content creation really seriously, really early.
Huh. Maybe. I mean, what? I mean, I've only been well. I guess I have been streaming for fucking 2 years now, which seems crazy. It doesn't feel like that because my streaming career has kind of changed drastically throughout the entire thing. I started. How did I start? I just started like playing Among Us in the early Among Us groups with like Ludwig, and XQC. Uh, and then that turned into what, Minecraft coding, working with the turtles. I feel like when I started out, I was less of a developer on stream, and then I just discovered that there's enough of an audience, and I enjoy doing it enough that I can make it my main thing. I think that's pretty cool.
Really interesting. So, it sounds like there wasn't inherently much overlap between the dev stuff and the stream stuff. You just were into streaming and into dev and just kind of fused the two.
Yeah, I think that's true. Also, but I also think that my initial growth, I mean, I was extremely lucky. My initial growth only happened because of Ludwig, because I was already known to Ludwig's community as a dev, right? So they knew me as a developer. I was like, oh, Otto, super cool developer for Ludwig. And so when they saw my stream, I think that's how I got my initial, bump of viewers. Uh, and I wasn't necessarily, yeah, the overlap between streaming, it was always there, but it just wasn't as pronounced as it is now, when basically the only stuff I do on stream is coding.
Really interesting. I don't know why in my head you always kind of started with the code side, but it does make sense that you started in the gaming world, especially with the like crazy Among Us stuff that you were building. I still remember the Lily Pichu like goofy hat tweets way back.
Oh yeah, man, I somewhat miss those days. Somewhat, I'm glad that I'm not still trapped in that space. Uh, but yeah, the I'm just remembering back when I was playing Among Us. When I died, I would like pull up a VS Code in the other OBS scene, and I would work on something for a couple minutes, and then I would, next round starts, I'm back in Among Us. Those were the
I,
days.
I do kind of miss Among Us, but man, that game ruined some friendships and friend groups even.
It didn't. I feel like it didn't deserve to be as big as it did, but it was what it was. I feel
That's
like it.
fair. I wish more indie games got that attention rather than like Among Us was too big. I think that a
Mm.
lot of other games weren't big enough, but that's
Just
yeah,
give
the
10
game was
games
weird.
1/10 of Among Us's popularity, and the world would be a better place.
Yep, absolutely agree. I yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm struggling to come up with an elegant way to pivot more into raw tech because I'm super interested in the way you build. A lot of the stuff you've historically built's been very solo. Like you're the main, if not only dev on a lot of the projects you build. And I
Mm.
think that you've had the unique opportunity to try and experiment with a lot of different technologies that might not be the things we use every day at our jobs, but are things that interest a lot of the community. So I'd love to hear a bit more about like the tech you use and how your solo work affects your decision making.
Yeah, when you're a solo dev, and especially if you're like making it a project that's a one-off thing for one stream, you don't have to use a production ready framework, right? You can find something, you can experiment with it, and it's a bunch of small projects that can all help you discover new tech. Um, and I mean, my go-to production tech stack has also changed drastically in the 2 years uh, since I started streaming and started working for Ludwig. I think so how I got to know Ludwig, I think we could talk about this more in depth later, but I think I was using Create React App back then, uh, along with like Material UI, or MUI it's called now, right?
All of
So
my community's trigger words.
yeah, exactly.
Gonna
Yeah,
sneak in
I mean,
vanilla JS in there.
oh, I've done Vanilla JS. All right, I that was, I mean, I have many years of Vanilla JS what's it called? Express and like Pug.
Poor
Just
Aiden's in
rendering
chat. He used that exact
HTML
stack for
templates.
Fossabot v2.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I think my tech stack itself is also always always changing, right? Because I didn't I didn't I didn't look for something like create React app, right? I just looked like I just looked for I heard of React, I googled React, I was like, oh, you can create a React app by doing this, right? Uh, so my first I often like learn a tech stack like that I hate now because it was just the first thing I found and I tried using it uh for a while, and then I found something else like Next.js, and I was like, oh, this is just better in every single way, shape and form. So and I adopted that into my go-to stack, etc. Yeah,
My computer is unhappy CPU wise, so I'm just gonna close a bunch of shit to try my best to not have the stream die because of this. So if I leave on ping, I'm still talking to you on Discord, so I can
great.
still pull your feed in. So don't worry about
Okay.
that. But yeah, okay, yeah, I saved 50% of my CPU there. Rad.
Good job. I'll
Sorry.
just watch your stream with latency. It's fine.
Yeah, it should be fine now. Anyways, sorry about that. I am absolutely fascinated with how you ended up where you are, like create React app to Flutter to SvelteKit to kind of like React, kind of T3 stack, your own hybrid thing. I'd love to talk about both like the Flutter deep dive that we're gonna have to do, as well as
Okay.
the like what you're working with now and what parts of like the stuff we talked about you've been adopting.
Yeah, I think I've adopted an awful lot of your suggestions, a disproportionate amount of your suggestions. So thank you for that. You are probably the most reliable source of framework sources that I've found. Prisma instantly, Planet Scale. I'm using both of those, and TRPC and Tailwind. All of those for upcoming project that I don't think has been leaked yet.
Really cool to hear. Have
Yeah, so
you
I go ahead.
sorry.
It is you go, you go.
I was just going to ask if you've played with TRPC with Svelte at all.
Yes, actually, the same project is using TRPC SvelteKit, which has 200 weekly downloads, but it works pretty well, I would say. It doesn't have the added awesomeness of React Query, or what's it called now, TanStack Query over it, but it's working. You still get the TRPC benefits, still better than just raw JSON without type safety for sure.
I think your mic's gain might have went down again. If you
it just did. Yes, it literally did. I have the mixer open and the
Chrome
slider
might be
changed
doing
itself
that,
at some point.
mute yourself in ping and it will hopefully not do that.
Okay. Okay. I think I got it.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, SvelteKit. I mean, SvelteKit itself is fine. Definitely not amazing, but TRPC, it works on Svelte. It's an improvement. It's great.
As for the TanStack query stuff, V4 literally dropped a few hours ago. I'm super hyped. And the big change with TanStack V4 for TanStack query is that it is no longer framework specific, and there are already bindings for Svelte in the works. So in the near future, there would be a TRPC TanStack client that works in all frameworks that support TanStack.
Yeah, that's hype. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
I found, I mean, TRPC, it really shines when you have a super complicated app that you need to be able to, sometimes I'll be fine with literally just writing a single API endpoint. And that if that's all I need, it doesn't matter that it's not type safe because it's, it takes 5 minutes to write rather than the, 10 minutes of installing TRPC and setting it up. And I found myself using Svelte more for, small projects like that only require 1 or 2 endpoints rather than, big production level projects, which I'll use, Next.js for.
Very interesting. So it feels like the size of the project is a big like decision making factor for which tech you choose.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Uh, yeah, the size of the project, the size of the the user base. Like for a merch website, even though that's pretty simple, only a couple pages and not a lot of API interaction, I will still use uh, Next.js for that React. Although maybe that's just because I've already written like templates in React.
Very interesting, actually. I found that much more decision making based on the I don't want to say like the size or even scope, but the specific needs of a project. And I find that I'm almost always going to use Astro because the thing is mostly static, or Next because it isn't. And I don't have much of an in between myself anymore.
Interesting. Astro is only for. Does Astro work for dynamic sites or is it just static? I haven't used it.
It's Astro is really interesting. It's built for static. Like Astro itself sends HTML to the user or JSON with their new serverless stuff, but it's very much focused on sending a constructed HTML page to the user. But within the framework, there are really good ways to mount a React component or mount a Svelte component and hydrate those on the client once they have rendered. But it will render the first version on the server, kind of Next style, and then send the JS to the client to take over from there.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't used it because most of my sites are. Well, you know what? Some of them aren't dynamic, or some of them aren't. Yeah, some of them I could maybe look into it for. Yeah, but I think that probably makes more sense to choose projects based on that, based on the tool that's best for them. But I guess I could probably build any of my things in either framework. It's just based on it's kind of based on like what parts of the framework I know well, right? Because I found myself recently, I was looking into what it would take to. Um, I was thinking like, okay, I'm gonna connect to Planet Scale from a Next.js API route, but what does that actually mean, right? Because I'm instantiating a new Prisma client, sure, but what kind of latency is involved with connecting to SQL there? What kind of latency is involved with doing all that construction? How does that matter if 100,000 people are going to be pinging that API endpoint? Is that going to fuck me over? Is every request going to take 2 seconds? And then I looked into it. I was like, okay, it uses Lambda. Lambda does this. Lambda cold starts. Lambda blah blah blah. But it's that kind of thing where there are parts of the framework I trust because I'm like, okay, I know I'm going to write this code. It's going to do this. And there are parts that it's just like, oh, this is doing something magic for me. Sometimes I can trust that magic. Sometimes I can't.
Very interesting. In particular, the like serverless function example, because that's like the infra problem that the architecture helps solve.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is something I've thought a lot about in terms of like both SvelteKit and Remix, where it feels like a lot of the wins that Next gives you aren't necessarily framework ergonomics. They're framework features that give you really good deployment ergonomics, like their cache systems, their revalidation systems, their partial static site generation, the ability to per page pick what the right solution is. Whereas on Remix, I remember chatting like with some people in the community, like, hey, I have this JSON blob from GitHub. I would love to cache it and hit it somewhere else so that I have like this blob cached so I don't have to refetch it every time. What's the best solution? And within 2 replies, somebody had me setting up a fucking Redis cluster. Like that's offloaded the infra problem from the framework and deploy mechanisms to me as a like consumer of it. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. If you care about those problems, you can probably make the best solution. But if you don't, it's getting in the way of creating.
Yeah, definitely. I found for this most recent project, I was like, okay, do I need to set up like a separate like a node, just a fucking Fastify or Express server or something? Or can I just build it all? And I was like, oh wait, this will probably work just with Next. But yeah, I find myself, I've definitely worked with that kind of DevOpsy type infrastructure I've worked with it, but I prefer to not have to. I prefer to just let the framework do it for me when it can.
I think Chrome's screen capture stuff is getting to it's decided to do 5 FPS mode for you. It might be worth switching to the virtual cam if you're down, just to get better FPS.
Give me 2 seconds.
No rush. I can use this time to quickly shout out Danny and Ben in chat for the insane number of gift subs between the two of them. It's nuts. Thank you all so much for the gifts. Super generous.
Yeah, I'm gonna expect my my 50% cut.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not in the call, so let me know when you have that set up so I can swap the URL.
Yeah, 1 second.
No rush at all. We got plenty of time.
Okay, the question is, does this work as a browser source in OBS? Or will it block my microphone? It looks like it's blocking my microphone.
Yeah, it's probably going to block the mic.
Okay. That's fine. I will just window capture it.
No rush. Jesus Christ, another 50 gift subs. What? What? Y'all are insane. Thank you so much, Ben. Everybody in chat, quickly shout out Ben. That's absolutely nuts.
Thank you, Ben.
Cool. Let's see if the switch worked. Fresh.
I haven't been positioning the thing. Okay, let's see. Oh, shit. My OBS build doesn't have
Virtual cam.
I can screen share on Discord if that helps.
Yeah, that might be slightly better. We can do that. Where's the pop out option? Aha. Quickly talk so I can see if the lag's better.
Test 1 2 3.
Yep, that's better enough. Native capture is always better than Chrome's built-in, sadly. Remove, add, window capture. I'm gonna switch scenes quick so that I don't accidentally screen share the wrong thing. I've done that enough times because for whatever reason OBS just picks a random window.
Streaming code is the fucking hardest thing to not.
I leaked environment variables like 5 times last stream.
Yeah, I do it at least once per stream. I
got a new Chrome like VS Code extension that helps.
Oh, is it called Cloak?
Yeah, it's pretty
yeah,
bad.
It kind of sucks. I found it too. It's not that good.
I think that the animation broke.
It might be because I have to have the window focused. Does it work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I will move my notes to the other screen then.
Cool. That should now work. Cool. Sorry about the tech jank, y'all. Welcome to the life of streaming. Oh no, you changed the window size. Now I have to redo it on mine.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Studio, guest, shrink. That's as good as it's getting. Cool. Anyways.
All right, all good. What were we talking about?
We were talking about deployment for Next.js apps and how we don't really have to think about it. It's
yeah, and but now they're adding an edge function mode, aren't they?
Have you seen my performance deep dive on that?
Your janky benchmarks website. Yeah, I did.
It's
is
not.
Is it good?
No, it's Next.js is heavy, and it's like potential runtime speed. Like I was getting between 60 milliseconds and 250 milliseconds for the Next.js Edge runtime, just rendering a basic HTML page, versus the SvelteKit Edge, which was between like 60 and 80.
Ouch. Yeah, I mean, when you're using React, I feel like it's gonna be heavy, and it's hard to avoid that, right?
Yep. So React is heavy, but Next is uniquely heavy. Vercel put out a demo where they built like basically a new framework for React SSR using ESBuild and some other custom stuff, and they were able to get the runtime like pretty consistently below 100 milliseconds for me, and the performance
Okay.
difference I was seeing was pretty substantial. It was like within 10% of Svelte instead of like 80% off.
I wonder how Bun will affect that once it becomes a more production ready runtime.
Yeah, I'm excited for Bun as a runtime. My concern with Bun is it's an alternative to Edge runtimes, and making it Edge ready is going to be interesting. Like, you're going to have to create new infra with its own isolate layer and separation story, because like the Edge isn't even Node compatible. You can't run Node.js on the Edge.
Yeah. Your mic has cut out. I can no longer
Oh, no.
hear you. Oh, I can hear you now. Great.
Weird.
Yeah, you can't run Node.js on the Edge. Yeah, I mean, I am fine with the environment that Cloudflare workers give you, though. I think that I like it better than having to, wrangle whatever Node framework has decided they want their request response, to look like. I prefer the web API type thing. I think it's better.
I do, but I prefer a good ecosystem. And man, the Node ecosystem is hard to leave behind. As an early Deno user, there's a lot to give up, and you have to write a lot more yourself. Even things like Prisma will never actually work on the Edge. The way that Prisma's Edge ready solution works is they run Prisma client in their own servers, and you just hit them from the Edge with fetch.
Okay. What's the performance on that? Because it sounds like it could work.
It helps with the spin up time. Like Prisma takes a 400 to 600 millisecond like Lambda cold start for Next.js up to 2.5 or so seconds. It's a pretty heavy impact in that way. And
okay.
Yeah, I think that we're gonna see a split in the near future because, to be frank, SQL isn't Edge ready. I rant about this a lot actually, where the methods to access SQL tend to be very native, and those aren't Edge like ready because it's a very abstracted JS layer. So now the question is, do we build like a SQL RPC so that we can do SQL on the Edge, or do we build the things that go from SQL to JSON or SQL to GraphQL in Lambda and then hit those from our Edge? Like, do we split our infra between data versus render, or do we hit SQL via the Edge? Like, do we switch to one runtime, or do we split?
Is it just is it something that can be solved on the Edge? Is it something that we're just lacking the APIs, or is it like low level network APIs, or is it something where it's going to be 10 years out or never at all?
I'll be honest, it's one of those things that's above my like capability. I do not understand SQL clients well enough to confidently say you could or couldn't do one in WASM. From what I understand, it should absolutely be doable, but you're gonna lose a lot of the benefits because that's going to be like a lot of code to instantiate and run in a like hot environment like an Edge.
Thing where you benefit from a bunch of long running connections and you lose all of that.
Yes, exactly. And I see more and more solutions like I believe one's called ReadySet.io. Their thing is caching your SQL for you. So you use them as like a middleman between your SQL database and your client, whatever it is. It could be Prisma or whatever. And they will analyze the queries you're making. And if one's being made a lot, we'll cache it and cache that through their CDN. So the next time you make it, it's way faster. If they abstract a tiny bit harder, they would effectively be building an Edge routed and cached layer in front of your database that you could then consume at the Edge.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should be possible with the technology right now. Like you just spin up, a cluster of machines all over the world that all have a long-running SQL connection. That must be possible. The question is just, is the cost worth it, and when will the cost, if ever, become worth it to do that type of thing?
Yeah, I I think about this a lot. I actually chatted a bit with Guillermo and Lee and Malta over at Vercel during an SF event they did, and was really surprised with cost savings being one of the main reasons they were excited about the Edge, because the runtime is much lighter and cheaper than like Lambda and Node, and it's their like firm belief that it will be pretty cheap. I'm pretty sure Mark's in chat. Mark, we just got an email from Vercel that we were about to break our million free Edge functions, and the next million was going to be a very laughably small amount. Can you share what that amount was, Mark? I don't want to misquote it, but I'm pretty sure it was laughably small. Yeah, I'll wait for Mark to share that. But until then, I want to quickly answer a question I've seen way too much. A bunch of people were asking, what is the Edge? Are you down to try and define the Edge for chatters that may not be familiar?
Oof, I can't say that I'll be correct, but my understanding of the Edge is instead of having a dedicated single computer that is running your code and serving it, you have a fuck ton of computers all around the globe that that start up your code in a different environment that's really fast, and they're all those computers are all handling a bunch of person's codes, and they all have different sandboxes for them. And it starts up your code really fast, and it responds really fast because it can be, it can be next to you instead of halfway across the globe.
Yep, pretty accurate. The big difference is the runtime is much simpler and lighter. When you look at something like Lambda and serverless, as we're familiar in Vercel land right now, those are actual servers like that you would run with Docker or something that spins up a
full Linux
Node
environment, right?
Yeah, a full Node.js environment with like Linux bindings, file system, all the things that you would have in real Node, so you can do everything you would do in real Node. But it's a full Node Linux box has to spin up. With Edge and the like custom runtimes that workers run and platforms like that, rather than doing the abstraction on like a per Linux instance level, it's like those servers have one Linux instance with tons of JS isolates in them, and your code runs in one of those isolates on one box rather than in its own isolated box, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I actually I worked with what's it called? CloudFront on AWS, a CloudFront function or something, which is basically their version of the Edge. It's insanely weird. You can only use var, you can't use letter const. It's like working in 10-year-old JavaScript. It's crazy. But that's just how they implemented their version of the JavaScript isolate that's running.
Yeah, that's Lambda Edge, if I recall. It's an interesting DX, to say the least. Yeah, also, Mark got back to us. Do you want to guess how much Vercel charges for 1 million invocations of Edge functions? How many dollars do you think?
$100.
Lower.
$10.
Lower.
Holy shit! 150.
Lower.
Okay. 25 cents.
A tiny bit higher. 65 cents.
That's insane. Okay.
Yep, 65 cents for 1 million invocations of Edge functions on Vercel. Very cheap.
That is insane. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's a much cheaper runtime, and that's why they're pushing us to it. Because if it's that cheap for us, imagine how cheap it must be for them.
Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, lambdas, I just don't like them that much. I feel like they feel kind of outdated now, but I guess they have their place.
Well, that's a weird statement, and I don't think you're wrong. It's just like, I feel like Lambda's just started catching on over the last 3 years. Like, they've been around for over 10. We've been using them for a ton of stuff, but I feel like the serverless revolution is still relatively new. But because it's kicked up, the demand for things like Edge functions so that we can keep having the wins and go even faster is more and more real.
Yeah, it feels to me like if you have a Lambda, you have to do all this extra, shit on top of it with like cold starts and smartly spinning them down and all. There's all this extra work in front of them to make them fast. And, I guess AWS has done that work, so it works, but it feels a bit hacky, I guess.
Yeah, and cold starts just suck. Like that's the big problem with Lambda is making a Linux box turn on, download the things you need, and set up that environment, especially with heavier stuff like Prisma, can get pretty rough. Like the cold start on a ping Lambda's around 3 seconds right now. I consider that unacceptable, but the alternative would be very expensive and very risky for us to run our own infra.
Sure. Okay, let me hit you with this problem that I thought I had solved until we started talking about this. I have a single API function, basically just to express a single express handler, one endpoint. It has to talk to Prisma. It has to do one read and one write, maybe. If that's on, a Vercel server, not serverless. Well, yeah, if that's on Vercel as not an edge function, but as something that's going to be running on Lambdas, and it's going to be hit by a million requests in a couple hours, how's that going to fare? What do you think?
Really well, because the spin up time is the most expensive part. And once a Lambda's spun up and processed the request, it hangs around a bit waiting for the next request. So it doesn't have to spin up again. And if you have a million requests, the first, like if 3 happen at the exact same millisecond, all of those are going to be cold starts. But then the next 3 requests are going to hit those Lambdas after.
Okay, good. that makes my life a lot easier, because I was thinking I'm gonna have to set up like fucking ECS with the runtime in there and set all that up. It'd be super expensive, but yeah.
Nope.
Hopefully
it will
goes well.
Apparently Lambdas go no, the 45-minute timers for something else. Never mind. But
minutes.
like it should stay around and be pretty performant for a while after one of those instances. Aiden's in chat. He's the creator of Fossabot. He's at Twitch now. He is very good at this type of stuff in particular, like infra things. Like the stuff he's done to make Fossabot cost effective is nuts. But even he's saying don't touch ECS, and I know he's a big proponent of serverless whenever you can use it, if you're down to eat the cold start every once in a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was gonna do like something where it's not like automatically scale. I was gonna manually scale it up to a shit ton right before the event, but yeah, I agree.
I will say, like, for the problems that tend to feel slowest aren't mutations. Like, if one mutation takes 3 seconds, it's annoying but fine. It's when you load a page and one time things take way longer to load than other times. I think the hack for that is much more, how do I put it? It's much more about the, like, caching story for your data fetch if you can make it that way. So like the hacks we do at Ping are like the room page. When you join a call, I wanted that page to load really fast, even though it has to get a ton of stuff from DB. So I cache that page, knowing that the data that's cached on that page is pretty consistent and super valuable. And if that endpoint and that data is immediately accessible, the page can load correctly immediately. And that being able to like ISR, programmatically revalidate and do those types of things.
Ooh, love that feature,
make your site mostly static.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's the biggest thing. Going back to SvelteKit, that's the biggest thing that I miss from SvelteKit, and why I use Next.js for most big apps is because the SSG ISR, that whole thing is extremely valuable, very easy to use. It's a lot of win for not much cost when you can use it. I like it a lot.
Absolutely.
And SvelteKit, you can pre-render stuff. It's one of those things that I don't trust as much. I would have to dive into what the code is actually doing before I would use it in a big production thing.
Yeah, the programmatic revalidation has been so useful the times that like you need it. Like if you have a page that has comments on it, whenever somebody makes a comment, you can revalidate the page and never invalidate it otherwise. Now you always have an up-to-date page and everybody's hitting a CDN instead of a server.
Whenever the stock on one of our products changes, that mogul moves.
Exactly. Yeah. Like those types of things are so powerful that it sucks we have to eat React in order to have them.
Yeah, it's true. I think if I'm gonna be if I could choose one framework and have that be production ready, excellent ecosystem framework, it would not be React, it would be Svelte or maybe Solid, but I haven't used Solid yet in an actual project.
Solid's been really fun. I think Solid is trying to do more what React did, and Svelte's trying to do more what Angular did, if that makes sense.
Svelte's trying to do more what Angular did. Talk on that. I haven't used Angular in depth. I've been forced to look at some Angular code before, but I don't know. Is it that similar? And is it like more like is Vue similar to Angular as well then?
Vue is a weird in between. I would say that Svelte is uniquely leaning in the Angular direction in the sense that like it's its own way of doing things, and most of the core libraries are part of Svelte itself. Like the things that you use in Svelte are made by Rich Harris and crew almost exclusively. Like SvelteKit is by the same people as Svelte, which is by the same people as the Svelte 3 binding, which is the same as their store stuff. Like React doesn't even have a real state manager built in. And that's because they know the community will fill those holes and push things forward in those ways. React does one thing, which is manage a virtual DOM that renders something. Usually use it with React DOM, so it renders HTML, but that's all React does. Solid's in a very similar mindset where it is a way to update a DOM in JavaScript.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. One thing about Svelte, though, is that I totally agree with on a low level. Svelte provides a lot that is just Svelte built in, like transitions, animations, that kind of thing. But Angular, I think, does a lot more. Like it does does it do like virtualization and that level of libraries as well?
So I'm not talking necessarily in terms of what the runtime does so much as what the DX is, where when you want to do something with React, you Google search for a package or source code or something someone did. When you want to do something with Svelte, you look at the Svelte docs. If you want to do something with Angular, it's very similar. It's all inclusive in that way. The big difference here is Angular is a runtime that does all of this in the client, whereas Svelte's a compiler that does all of this at compile time, because Svelte's more a language. But the overall like philosophy is we are going to reinvent how you build web apps, where React is we're going to make turning JavaScript into HTML easier.
Okay. I'll take that, but I'll throw you this. I think the DX for me is more like React. Yes, React, I will, if I need to make a sortable list, I will Google for sortable list libraries. In Angular, I assume I would look at the Angular docs. In Svelte, I'm comfortable implementing that myself. I've done that. I like things that I would go to libraries for React. I have implemented in Svelte like a drag and drop libraries. That kind of thing is a lot easier for me, and I think that's Svelte at work, right? With all the convenience that it brings to just writing JavaScript. A lot of those are just easy to spin up your own custom solution for. So that's the dev experience difference for me.
Very interesting. Yeah, I like that framing of Svelte's primitives are such that you would just build those things yourself. I do like that.
Yeah, and there's definitely still place for having those kind of libraries and stuff. I totally think that Svelte's ecosystem is, nothing compared to React's. But when I get to the point that I need that, I'm not switching to React. I'm just gonna build it myself.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to chew on that one a bit. Like React's strength is and always will be, it's the things it doesn't do consciously, where it's really focused on how do we solve this one problem, which is the virtual DOM and the hierarchy of updates, and then let everyone else plug in the rest. And I think that's a huge part of why React has stayed relevant and moved so much. And we have solutions like React Query, like Next.js, like Remix, like Zesta and Redux, MobX. A lot of these things become multi-plat, but React is the easiest place to start them. And it's often the easiest place to build and maintain them. And it's the place that's the most likely to adopt them.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time I feel like I'm not writing React. I'm writing Next.js, right? It's at I think in some ways React is at that point where uh, it's it's not the base of your code. It's the base. It's like the language. It's the equivalent of what language the library you're using is coded in, right? And a lot of the stuff that React provides, like JSX, is I don't like a lot of it. I don't why can't you just do a if you want to pass a property that's named the same thing as the property, can't you just have what Svelte has, which is just wrap it in curly brackets, and you don't have to do x equals curly bracket x. You can just do curly bracket x. Like stuff like that, I really like about Svelte. If those kind of things, if React was growing in that kind of way, it would be better, I think. And in a lot of ways, React feels on the DevX side, it feels kind of stagnant. On the backend side, I know that React 18 is adding a lot of new stuff, but yeah, on the DevX side, I don't know.
I think that we are starting to see a change. How do I put it? We're starting to see a shift from this in the core React team. I don't know if you saw the React Forget presentation at the most recent React Conf, but they are building a React compiler that's very Svelte-y.
Okay.
Yeah. It automatically memoizes everything, creates bindings for you, and lets you just do whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that. I think that's almost certainly a good direction, because I think like you can rag on Svelte for being a compiler over just a normal JavaScript library, but you do get a lot of advantages from it.
Sorry, I think there might be a perf regression in some stuff that we shipped, so I'm just DMing my CTO to take a look. No, nothing too critical. Just wanted to make sure that was handled. Yeah, now that we've talked about things that provide solutions so in depth, I want to talk about something that tries to and I think fails. How did you get into Flutter?
Mention Flutter? Okay. So, Flutter, I needed to build a mobile app, and I was how old was I? I was 14 or something, and I did not know React, and I researched. I was like, okay, there's two solutions. There's React Natives and there's Flutter, and I tried React Native first, and it fucking sucked. Not knowing React, being dumped into React Native sucked, and not knowing Flutter, not knowing Dart, being dumped into Flutter was fine. I still don't think Flutter is awful. And I know you have strong opinions on this, so I'm interested.
I think that React Native had a very rough start, and it kind of took Expo to save it. Like pre-Unimodules and pre-0.67, I believe, which was late 2018 or early 2019, if I recall. It was very rough and required enough native knowledge of both platforms to actually make it work, and enough React knowledge to make it run. Expo streamlined so much of that and abstracted things in a way where you can npm install a native module and it does what you expect, and you can install the Expo Go app on your phone, scan a QR code, and be developing on your phone. It's so much. It's by far the simplest way to build an app now, and even just for the deployment story where the JS code that runs your app is abstracted and often server hosted in a way where you can yank out that bundle without going through Apple code review or Apple App Store review. So you can actually update most of your app, anything but the native deps, remotely by yoinking the JS bundle, which is essential if you run into production bugs and shit. You don't have to wait for Apple to approve your new bundle.
That is very valuable. I agree. It reminds me of what YouTube does, so I will keep a note on that. But yeah, Flutter. I mean, I haven't used Flutter in a long time. It's still growing though, and I feel like, I don't know. I don't know what's so bad about it. Maybe that was just me being 14, not diving deep enough to find the garbage inside. But
Flutter's a game engine masquerading as an app runtime. The big difference between React Native and Flutter is that React Native is native and Flutter
Oh, it
isn't.
totally is. Okay, yeah, it totally is. React Native is native and Flutter isn't. Are you talking UI wise on that, or are you talking what?
I'm talking like the way the apps work is a rough abstraction. Like they had to roll their own everything from like screen readers to notifications to alerts
Yeah.
to text scrolls. To this day, in Flutter, if you use 2 fingers on a scrollable container, it scrolls twice as fast. If you use 3, it scrolls 3 times as fast.
Okay.
It's insanity.
Yeah.
I have never used a Flutter app that was a pleasant experience as a user, personally.
Interesting. I can see that being a point. Yeah. I think that I think that is a big consideration for sure. Because, also what I was talking about UI wise is they basically every app looks like an Android app by default, which
You
is kind
can
of
use the
crazy.
material or the Cupertino kit or whatever they call it, but it's literally
Right.
they took a
Yeah.
bunch of screenshots of Apple's UI and like mangled them to look like Apple's UI in the app. The VidCon mobile app is one of the worst experiences I've ever had on my phone. It has this like it uses the native Flutter like fake iOS notification thing, but the text is rasterized slightly wrong and aligned incorrectly. So it's like uncanny valley type shit. And beyond
Okay.
like just the weird uncanny valley stuff, since Apple moved to Metal as their rendering engine for like GPU code, Flutter hasn't caught up. To this day, almost all of the core Flutter animations run at sub 15 FPS, often below 5 FPS on iOS, because Flutter hasn't fixed the bindings and they're just dragging their feet on it. It's been 2 years that they haven't fixed it. People are like, yeah, Flutter is a great way to target multiple platforms. It is unusable on web. It ships a 5 megabyte canvas and renders your whole thing in it. So Flutter for web's a joke. We mostly agree now. Flutter
Yeah,
for
I
Android
agree with
is
that.
fine. But Flutter for iOS has been a tragedy for 2 years, and people just shrug. They're like, yeah, it'll get better. They're on it. So why are you complaining about something they're fixing? Because it's been 2 years.
What about the desktop? Because they now have all 3 major OSs on there.
Has anyone shipped a Flutter for desktop app? Like anyone?
Raise your hands, chat. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I've experimented with it. It definitely didn't go super well because that was back in like pre-alpha, but uh, I guess what it boils down to is I think Flutter has a really good developer experience. I think Dart is a very, very cool language. It feels like JavaScript, but like, actual static types, with a lot of extra cool stuff on top. If you are a lazy developer who doesn't care a lot about your user experience, or you don't need to care a lot about it, then I think Flutter is pretty cool. But yeah, I agree. I agree that like a you don't, even on a desktop Flutter app, you don't get like if you have a text box, you don't get the native right click menu on the text and shit like that. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, people in chat are saying that I need to use it more. I don't know if y'all understand how much I've tried Flutter. I've probably put like 20 hours into trying my hardest to build with Flutter, admittedly at particularly rough times. The first time I tried was right when that metal transition happened. And I said I would try again when they finished the metal transition, which is why I haven't given it an honest shot since, because it's been 2.5 fucking years. But beyond that, when I tried running it on my Mac when I got my M1, which was like 4 or 5 months post the Apple M1 ARM launch, and I opened up the Flutter dev environment, it immediately opens up their custom Chrome that's built into it. Like, okay, sure. I copy the URL, I paste it in my Chrome, kernel panic.
On your computer? Okay.
Yep.
Very cool. It seems like a feature
Yep.
to me, but I mean, if you can't work with that, then I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not a real programmer because I'm not willing to work around a kernel panic when I'm trying to make a web app.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I guess I agree with you on. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that Flutter isn't great. I wouldn't use. I mean, I haven't used it for years, but developing it is pretty fun. That's my take.
Fair. If somebody really thought Flutter was the right choice for a project, I would love to talk with you. If you are working on a thing that you think Flutter will allow you to build it better, or like have a team that's more effective, or in any way improve the experience, I don't believe it. I am sure that some developers can spin up slightly faster, especially new devs, but it feels kind of like Hasura in that way, where it makes easy problems easier, but it makes hard problems impossible.
Huh. Yeah, because you can't. I mean, diving into the low level brokenness is not really feasible.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the Skya rendering engine is pretty cool and fun enough. That rendering engine is now accessible within React Native. Shopify's been putting a ton of effort in porting the Flutter runtime and like rendering engine for animations and stuff into React Native, so we can still get those performance wins separately.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, that is one of the major things that I didn't like about React Native is that it's running JavaScript on your phone, which seems weird to do. And Flutter does, compile to native code, which is cool. Although it is also not calling, it doesn't compile to native code. It compiles to a native runtime that runs other compiled code, I think. But yeah, that is I mean, just if you're making something big, just build it in all the in all the different platforms. Like if you're a huge company.
Yeah, I am still upset that we never got React Native in at Twitch. I pushed hard. I actually built a full new React Native mobile app for Twitch at a hackathon in 3.5 days. Won the hackathon, got an HR warning, and said, "Fuck this."
You got an HR warning. Okay, very cool.
Mobile
Very
team
cool,
was not
Twitch.
too
Thank
happy
you.
that I was stepping on their turf with React Native, but that is what it is.
Yeah.
I
mean,
saw one of my favorite people from the community show up. Are you familiar with Matt Pocock? He's known as
no.
the Ronnie Mullen of TypeScript is his catchphrase.
Okay.
He
I
is.
haven't met him.
Yeah, he's a TypeScript wizard. He's been making lots of awesome like TypeScript like lessons and materials to help people do more advanced TypeScript stuff. And he asked if we've talked about TS yet, and I don't think we really have. I'd love to hear about your move from JS to TS and how you've been moving more towards like the TRP style or TRPC style full stack type safety.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my initial move into TypeScript was I didn't do it right. Like you can incrementally move, right? And I just didn't. I spent, I wanted to learn enough to make my entire app in TypeScript and then use it. But eventually I did. So I've never regretted that for an instant. It is literally a straight upgrade in every single metric. But yeah, it took me a while because I didn't. I didn't. I just wanted all or nothing basically.
This might actually surprise you. I'm much more in that camp where I'm not a big fan of the like partial rewrites of TypeScript code bases. I've heard enough success stories that I believe the people who say it's doable, but I don't have any interest in doing it. I've seen too many people find success in full rewrites, including myself. And like one of the biggest I'm getting distracted by chat. Like one of the biggest wins I've had with TypeScript is how much it simplifies my code when I don't have to check for random things all the time anymore. Like, is this string valid? Is this only taking numbers? All the like stuff I would often miss is just kind of included. And I've found that the code I write, it might be a bit longer horizontally because I have the type definitions, but vertically it's much shorter because I'm not doing as much stuff. And I find that the opportunity to audit the code through the port is often so valuable that I don't want to give it up with a partial move.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm not extremely qualified to talk on this because I've been using TypeScript for the majority, if not all of my like professional actually good development career. So I don't really have the contrast Like I have a shit memory, but I don't really have the contrast between using TypeScript and not using TypeScript. I just couldn't imagine not having that kind of stuff. And when I do have to dip into JavaScript, it's just a absolute nightmare.
I I love that. And this is something that I chat a bit about. I think that as much as dev's gotten a bit harder to get into from like when I was young and could right click a page and have the entire website in the HTML file it returns, that's not the case anymore with like minification and server side stuff and source code being harder to see how other stuff works. I feel like we have finally come around to an extent where the technologies are accessible enough and the materials are quality enough that getting into dev looks different but feels more accessible. And things like what you're describing with TypeScript, like starting with TS means that a lot of the errors I got gray hairs over just don't exist for a new dev getting started if they start with TypeScript. Things like the hell that was class components and understanding React, especially as React moved from class components to hooks, like that was fun for me, but I was a year plus in at that point. And I've found that those can be very hard things for devs, but they've gotten so much better. Like the new beta React docs are going to help a whole new generation of React developers get started on a way better foot, and they're going to move so much faster than we even got to.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, I've seen those docs and compared to the old ones. I mean, you can call them docs if you want to, but I would reserve that for actual documentation.
That's fair. Yeah, I think education materials is like a more general term might make sense, but the ways and quality in which you can learn, even things like I only made this YouTube channel and this Twitch like started streaming more because I felt like the beginner stuff was so well served. I wanted more senior stuff. Like the next step, once you have built a few apps, where do you go to hang out and talk about things and keep learning? Like the comment you made earlier that is still like one of the kindest compliments I've gotten from one of the best people is that you consider me one of the reliable places to get info about new frameworks and solutions. Like to know someone that's as productive and successful at delivering software as you sees me as a resource for those things is to me like the ultimate success of this channel and why I'm doing all this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, I've done lost my train of thought. Yeah, okay, yeah. The what we were talking about earlier about like knowing how to write an app in a framework versus knowing what your code is actually doing. That's the kind of thing that I like getting from this more senior level that you're talking about, for sure, because you get to, it's that stuff is not incredibly important, but knowing it is, I think, pretty important for shipping a good app. I've also, I mean, I found myself a lot. I think one of my weakest points as a coder is micro optimizations, right? Is pre-optimizing, thinking too hard about whether or not this this tiny bit of code is going to be good enough. And most of the time that doesn't matter. Sometimes it does. I think knowing people who are incredibly experienced in the field about the inner workings of that kind of stuff helps you judge whether or not you need to optimize something.
Yeah, I do definitely see like pre-optimization distracting people a lot. I know funny enough, I'm not sure if Aiden's still here, but one of the more interesting back and forths I've seen on Twitter recently was between Aiden, who is very much like a Kubernetes wizard, Golang expert, building Fossabot to be as concurrent and efficient as possible, and Primogen, who's a Twitch streamer that does mostly like Rust, Zig, heavy, like how do we optimize like performance in servers to the ultimate level. And Primogen's really anti Lambda and JavaScript in the backend. He thinks that they're a huge, unnecessary, heavy thing that is slow and unscalable. But Lambda is the part that scales, not the JS. And to not have to think about those problems and to not have to build something to scale is so much cheaper than over optimizing it the quote right way by building a scalable server system that will flex itself based on load. And like,
Sure. Yeah.
like our own
I
time
mean,
is so expensive that even if the lambdas cost more than the server runtimes, moving from the simple server functions that we're writing right now over to a distributed Kubernetes ECS scalable thing is weeks of work instead of minutes. And that is going to make it so much harder to justify unless your time as a dev is cheap. And when I hear people like, to be frank, Primogen saying that JavaScript is too expensive to run in the back end, what I hear is my dev time is so cheap it makes a difference, or our scale is so absurd that we have to micro optimize these things. But most devs are neither of those things, and as such, just write your fucking JavaScript functions.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair. There's one instance where it did have to, and I mean, I think I had to write code at that level, which is for the as yet unused r/place clone that I built for Ludwig, which is definitely going to be used at some point. But that I wrote in like fucking 3 parts: the front end, and then a WebSocket layer in Rust, and then a back end layer that all the WebSockets layers connected to, also in Rust, with fucking multi-threading and all that responsible stuff deployed on ECS.
This sounds like the stuff I normally bug people like Aiden and Jake over at Railway to help me with. I'm not smart enough for these things anymore. I just write JavaScript. Well, TypeScript, because I'm not smart enough for JavaScript.
Yeah, JavaScript just makes you have, I mean, no one's smart enough for JavaScript.
Some
Unless
people
it's...
are. I have one of my favorite diagrams. Let me find this quick and screen share it. I'll just DM it to you so you can see it, because that's easiest. If I can find.
Okay.
Yeah, here it is. This is one of the first diagrams I posted on Twitter, funny enough. We'll switch to my... Oh, cool. Screen review is already ready. So one of my best takes. Oh, shoot, wrong button. Yeah. So Ryan is the creator of Solid.js. He is a very, very talented dev that personally isn't, wrong button, too big a fan of TypeScript. He just doesn't find it valuable. And for him, like, he runs into a lot of problems with TypeScript as a library dev. Like, building libraries in TypeScript's a lot harder than building apps in it. We almost offload the work. Like TypeScript lets us offload the work of API considerations and issues when we're consuming something to the framework maintainer. So they have to consider all of that ahead of time for us via the type system.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I personally, I kind of like writing that kind of stuff. Like, I kind of like writing huge ass, ternary TypeScript things to get something working and then perfectly typed in every situation with different strings matching and all that. I think it's fun, but yeah, I can see a place where that is too much.
Yeah, I've seen enough people come around to it that I totally think it's doable. I just think it's important for us to like shout out the maintainers of those libraries, because like one of the main reasons TypeScript is so pleasant for us to build apps with is because of the number of devs who are building libraries doing the hard work for us. Like, TypeScript's greatness largely comes from the library maintainers using TypeScript rather than TypeScript itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's what tRPC does for you, basically, which is one of the best parts of it, I think.
It's so nice. Have you played with V10 yet?
I have seen it. I've not played with it live, but I am excited for it for sure.
It's so fun.
It's just great.
Yeah, I ported Ping over. I haven't shipped it yet because the TypeScript compiler on a big legacy interop router is a bit slow and dies a lot. So I'm either going to port everything over to the new syntax so it's faster, or wait for them to have some fix so that the legacy router isn't as slow.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's not TRPC's fault. That's your fault for sure. You should get on that.
Yeah, I I am not complaining too much for sure, and I'm already chatting with Sachin and Alex about it. I am sure we can move us pretty fast. The ergonomic answers are, or like the ergonomic wins are so good. Just like right click, go to definition, bringing you to the back end is such a magical thing.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I yeah, I that's one of those things that you take for granted once you have it, and before you have it, you just take more time doing stuff.
Yep. I I'm pumped that I got you in on TRPC. I remember when we first chatted, the thing you were most excited about was planet scale. I'm curious how that's like changed over time. Like what of the T3 stack has surprised you the most?
That's a good question. I think planet scale, and I'll group in Prisma with that, is still uh very, very valuable for me, but also using those without TRPC feels a bit weird as well. So I think, yeah, I think TRPC is probably the coolest bit of that. But yeah, I still think Planet Scale is very cool. I still think Planet Scale being able to, um, not have to worry about that kind of thing is just another cool thing. That we talked about not having to worry about how something's deployed. Planet Scale solves that for something like SQL, which is crazy.
Yeah, I am so happy to never have to think about the scale of our SQL DB ever again. It's it's such a relief because those are the problems that keep me up at night. And like having moved our database over, paying 4 times, and then we moved it to that and just haven't thought about it again. It's such a nice thing to not worry about.
Yeah.
Have you seen the read replica stuff they're doing? 'Cause it's super exciting.
I have not. Is that just like a global cache for reads or something?
It's a regional cache that you can enable yourself for reads. So it will, I think they promise under 100 millisecond for sync. So if you have like lambdas deployed in the EU and the US, you could have people who hit it in the EU, hit an EU DB that's a read. And then for writes and mutations, you could still hit the core, like centralized DB, wherever you put that.
Interesting. Yeah, that sounds pretty darn sick.
Yeah. What I'm beginning to
Good.
see more and more of is this like there's a question of how do we draw lines in our data architecture, because not having a centralized DB for some things just sucks, and not having a real kernel and like native runtime for querying SQL kind of sucks. So because of those two problems, we're starting to define like a grid, like a split view of where do we run our code based on X. So if I'm fetching data to render a page, maybe fetching from a read replica makes a lot of sense, or maybe caching that page and ISRing it makes sense. But like which you do based on which use case is the question that's currently unanswered. We don't necessarily have, like, to be frank, a next for data.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's something that I think it's hard to make a reality, I feel, because there's so many different types of, how do you know when you need Redis versus SQL and stuff like that if you're going to build, I don't know, maybe it's easier than making it out to be.
It isn't, and especially now it's like, how do I efficiently get data to my user? Like once you've decided like, okay, we're going to use SQL because we need to store all of this forever and have access to this data, but how do you do the next part? Like how do you make it faster? How do you make the edge runtimes work? How do you go further from here? It's made Next.js feel more prescriptive than it used to. I always felt Next was pretty light on opinions, mostly because the opinions it has are bad and I could ignore them. But I am feeling more and more like it is, just due to how hard it is to run things on the edge with it without huge performance hits, how hard it is to like figure out alternative caching solutions where like, and I guess they're doing this with the new Next stuff. Like one of the cool things with the proposals and the demos in Next 12.2, I think, whatever
New
the most
router
recent major
stuff?
was.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've read through that article multiple times because it's very exciting.
Yeah, it's super interesting. The idea of like per route, you can choose this route goes on Edge, this route goes on Lambda. Like as a config value is so interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. It's the kind of thing you don't think about that much, but yeah, it's incredibly helpful.
Yeah, I am pretty firmly in the camp of Edge for render, CDN for data caching for fetch whenever you can, read replicas when you can't, and write to a centralized DB because writing being slow is not that big a deal.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking of databases, though, do you have any thoughts on what's it called? D1, Cloudflare?
I I am excited for the SQLite revolution. I think we're in the very early stages of it. D1 is cool, but it feels less like distributed SQL and more like a distributed SQLite shaped durable object, which is like Cloudflare's primitive that you can hit from the edge.
Yeah.
And it's very much like for hitting from the edge and not much else.
So you wouldn't use it as your main database for something?
Definitely not yet. I am also burned because worker KV was a very rough DX, and like maintaining that over time is painful. I'm excited about what Cloudflare is doing with the SQLite stuff, but there's also I think Lightstream, was it the one that FlyIO bought SQLite. Let me figure out what that was called again. BoltDB and Lightstream.
Interesting.
Yeah. Lightstream is built to be a SQLite runtime that, or I guess like a SQLite deployment solution that streams changes to S3 and like shares them, like it distributes them across the world and is super, super fast.
That is definitely interesting. Yeah, I feel like I would love to be able to use one of those for my main database at some point. I agree that like I like Cloudflare workers a lot. I used to like them more though because I think my original use of Cloudflare workers was like the perfect use case for KV. And since then I've learned, okay, KV has a very limited perfect use case. There's a lot of places where KV is absolutely, unusable. And I still think that it's a very, very cool platform, but that's why I'm excited a lot about D1 is I hope it'll cover those places that KV doesn't.
I'm hopeful too. There's a bunch of, or not a bunch, but a good handful of Cloudflare employees in chat, a few of which are workers or are employees on workers and are on that team that are very excited about this. So really cool to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, the other thing that I don't like a lot, or the one thing that, okay, here's my take. Cloudflare Workers is extremely good at what it does, which is to have a replacement for Lambda, which is faster and also cheaper by orders of magnitude. It is missing. I don't like durable objects that much for WebSocket support. And I feel like once WebSockets are at that level where you can make them very cheap and very easy to spin up and very little thought into them, I will be very happy. But I'm not optimistic about that coming soon.
WebSockets are in a very, very weird place. I'm more and more tempted to go do something about it myself, but I don't like developers enough to build dev tools, honestly. That's my problem.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think WebSockets are so powerful and yet so hard to set up. It's barely worth it. But if imagine WebSockets were just cheaper than just having or as cheap as having an HTTP API. Every website would be using one for like streaming in components and shit instead of like I know like partial hydration, stuff like that. A resumable, I don't know what all the terms are, but imagine that was over WebSockets. That would be insane. That would be so cool.
I know that. Have you seen like what Supabase does with the live updates for data?
I have not.
So
what does it do?
It's kind of from like Firebase's live Firestore stuff that they've cloned. The general idea is you use their SDK on clients to fetch data. It like constructs an API for you, but it also binds a subscription to it via WebSockets. So when you write to that column in DB, it will update on client.
Yeah, I mean that's very cool, but how expensive is that? Is that
The
cheap?
subscription's built in for
work?
free, if I recall. They don't charge for that.
That's very cool. I
They charge for the database instead.
Yeah, that is pretty great. I tried Superbase once, and I couldn't really get into it because there's a lot of setup overhead, and you have to know Postgres
Yep.
more than other things. Like, you know, Firebase is super easy to get set up. I think that's a flaw in it, but I trust that if I push through that, it would be very cool.
It's gotten a lot better, especially now that you can just like use Prisma as the client usually and use Superbase the rare times you need to sync something.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So it is just Postgres.
Well, I never learned SQL. I learned SQL by being forced to use, you know, applications or work on applications that use SQL, and I've just learned it through that. I think I've only known SQL for about a year, right? So, I don't know all those like in-depth, you know, setting up tables. I don't need to know because how often do you do that? I know how to query stuff a lot of the time. But
I do find that Superbase is kind of trying to go more noob friendly than Planet Scale right now. Like, I think that Prisma provided the DX that Superbase failed to for you there in Planet Scale, but thankfully you can use that with Superbase. If Superbase wasn't so Postgres heavy and wasn't so open source, it'd be a lot harder for me to recommend. But like, if you want to move off Superbase, you can run their code on your own servers.
Huh. Yeah, I mean that it is just very cool.
Yeah, the WebSocket world is changing in chaotic ways, and nobody's moving quite fast enough or in the directions I'm most excited about. So I'll probably do something about it in the future, but not
Looking
for a
forward to
while.
Yeah, that'll be paradise. That'll be utopia of web dev.
Yeah, I had something else on like the WebSocket and live update thing. I'm trying to remember what it, oh, I think it was the SQLite stuff. Yeah. With the SQLite stuff, I see some really crazy opportunities, things I probably shouldn't talk about on stream, but I don't want to build them. And if anybody watching right now wants to go build this for me, please, God, do it. So one of the, are you familiar with Bun, Aiden? Or not Aiden, fucking Otto, sorry. I'm reading Aiden's chat at the same time.
Well, yes, I have played around with Bun.
Have you played with the SQLite bindings in Bun at all?
No, I have not.
So I think the SQLite stuff is one of the most underrated features in it because it lets you write super performant SQLite queries and like reads and writes in JavaScript.
In TypeScript, yeah.
Yeah. And
that's very cool.
Yeah, if you were to combine that with an Edge runtime, even like FlyIO well-distributed containers on top of either like something like Cloudflare's solution for Light or for SQLite, but I'm thinking more the Lightstream stuff that's going on at Fly. You could build a platform where you like open up a GUI, you write a really basic like JavaScript or TypeScript function, and now you have one of the fastest ways to read from a SQL or from SQL ever made.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's cool. I think. I mean, personally, I probably wouldn't end up using it. Like, that's not the reason I would pick up Bun. But yeah, I think that seems like the kind of thing that, you know, someone makes a library for it and then everyone uses it, and then, or not necessarily a library, someone makes a platform for it, I should say. Then everyone uses it and then no one has to think about it.
Yep.
And it's very cool that Bun enables that for sure.
Yep, that's pretty much exactly what I'm saying. Is like, if anybody here wants to build the world's fastest way to write JavaScript and have SQL on one side and JSON on the other, building your own like containerized like Bun clusters where you could write basic JS, hit a distributed SQLite DB, and send me a result super fast. And if you could get it to the point where I could write that in a special folder in my Next.js code base and that will auto deploy to whatever you've built, you just took down most of the current data platforms.
Yeah, that's I mean, that sounds pretty good to me as well. I think my question when we talk about Bun is, why the fuck did it take this long? Like, if JavaScript had the potential to be this fast all along, why did it take, a single dude who's really talented doing all the work for everyone else to make this a thing?
There's a lot of parts. I think that the first big part is JSC versus Node. Like, he's not starting with the Node runtime or anything even kind of like it. He's starting with JSC and skipping V8 and building a new runtime from scratch around JSC. And JSC is V8 super slow? Fast. What?
Is V8 slow compared to JSC?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Very much so. A lot of the performance win that we're seeing in Bun in terms of like the server runtime perf is specifically because it's JSC. A bit more is that he has optimized native calls in it. So for things like file system, things like the SQLite stuff, he built, since it's not Node, he had to build those bindings himself. He could have built into the old Node bindings, but for a lot of them, he wrote new bindings in Zig that are way faster. And he built a much more performant bridge between the JSC and the Zig code than exists right now in Node JIP between the JavaScript and the native code. One really fun, dumb example of this in Node is if you use VS Code, you have probably typed in your terminal code space period to like open VS Code in the directory you're in.
Yep.
You've probably noticed that takes like half a second to 3 seconds, if not more.
Sure.
You can write a binding that rather than using the like JavaScript CLI that Electron comes with to call that app, you instead have a just like call the executable for the app itself. And it starts literally 50 times faster just because the JavaScript to native binding takes so much more time to spin up.
Huh. Okay, so it has to spin up JavaScript when you call code dot, and it that's crazy.
For those of y'all in my sub-only channel on Discord, if you remind me after stream, I will share my Z Shell profile that has a shorthand, like I just use C instead of code, that opens up VS Code immediately instead of like seconds later. So if you're not already subbed, the $5 is totally worth it to have something that will save all of your launch times from your CLI. Knowing how much money y'all should be making, it'll pay for itself pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Here's my next question. Why doesn't someone, or when will someone build a new package manager that's just faster, that doesn't have to be an entire runtime? Because I feel like that is one of the biggest wins for me, is just being able to install packages in milliseconds rather than having to wait for the npm. And even Yarn, I like Yarn a lot, but it is slow compared to Bun. When is someone just going to write a package manager in Zig or Rest that is speedy?
We've seen a few attempts. PNPM is pretty fast, but it is still written in JavaScript. The cache story is solid. I will say that like when we compare even NPM in its worst state to package solutions in other languages and other like things, it is still surprisingly fast, relatively speaking. But yeah, the speed at which Bun does things is impressive. It does that with a few workarounds and hacks that aren't really tenable though. Specifically, like I use probably too many patch packages. Are you familiar with patch package?
Yes, I've used also a lot of them.
Yeah, patch package is not viable in Bun.
Interesting. Why not?
Because it caches your packages at a higher level and shares them between like installs and things. So it like doesn't parse the packages or run a post install, so it can go faster.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's possible that it would just be slower for that one package, right? If you read it right.
Right now, it's actually not possible. Jared's trying to figure out how to do it without having to like every time a package is cached, check if in this instance we fucked with it or not, because that would just like double the runtime.
Yeah. I mean, wow, when you get into this state where everything has to be super fast all of a sudden because that's one of your main selling points. Yeah, you have to really think about those things. It's tough.
Yeah, and even like the Next.js support, which he built this for Next initially. I don't know if you saw my interview with Jared, but we talked a lot about like how he got there. His need for Bun was he was building a game in Next.js, and the hot reloads for the canvas were very slow because this was even before SWC for the faster Next compiler. So it's like he'd save and it would take half a second to 2 seconds to see the change in the browser, and he hated that. So he built Bun to make that faster. But because of that, he didn't need the serverless APIs in like the whole Pages API directory. There is no serverless function or like API function support for the Bun Next.js runtime right now.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's. I mean, that's the kind of thing that will come. I feel though. That's
a lot of these things will
not
come.
The hardest thing to come.
It's a question of how much perf do we lose as these things get added. Like I have watched Deno get slower over the last 4 years as like an early adopter and consumer. It's slower than Node at a lot of things now, which is sad because it should be faster.
Does Deno use JSC as well? Or
no, Deno still uses V8, but it doesn't bind through Node, JIP, and C++. It binds through their new Rust layer that they built for it instead, which is way better.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would choose Rust over any other comparable language.
Zig seems pretty cool.
I've seen Zig. I think it advertises a lot of its advertisements are, oh, we don't have this feature because you don't need it. But I'm like, oh well, I kind of use that feature and I kind of like it.
I find that I don't know how to put this one. I find Zig's doing what I wanted Golang to do.
Okay.
Where like Golang's thing was everything is doable one way, but the result is half of these things are doable upside down.
That's what Zig is saying?
No, that's what Golang feels like for me. Like,
okay.
Golang has never made me feel smart as a dev, which is probably a good thing in a lot of ways, where all the code is kind of stupid and consistent. But I hated that personally, very much in your camp in that way. But I think Zig is a less cringy Go is the best I can put it.
Interesting. I mean, one of the things, or probably the thing that I like most about Rust is I write the code and then it takes me a struggle to get it to compile, but then once it compiles, it's just going to work. And I feel like that's something that Zig doesn't offer. Does it?
The like garbage collection specifically, sorry?
I mean, not garbage. Well, yeah, memory management, that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know how much of Rust is that, but I
think I missed the first part. Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. What did I say? Write code takes a long time to get it to compile, and then once it compiles, it's gonna always work. That is something that makes you feel stupid a lot when you're trying to struggle against the compiler, and you're like, why the heck isn't this working? And then once you finally figure it out, you realize, oh, I'm just bad. I did this wrong, and Rust just saved me from tricking myself into thinking it's gonna work. Right? I think that's something that Zig doesn't have.
Yeah, Zig and Go's strategy there is to be so stupid that a compiler error would just annoy you because the code is so simple. And I think that's why they make me feel dumb, not because they're telling me I'm dumb, but because the actual answer is dumb. There isn't like a smart solution very often. It's just like, if error is not equal nil 15 times.
Yeah, I don't think I would let go that much.
Yeah. For the reasons you're saying you didn't dig Zig, I think you would very much not dig Go as well. On top of that, there's just some hilarious design decisions. Like the channel axioms will always kill me. They're fucking hilarious. Like
Is that multi-threading stuff?
it yeah, it's one of the main processes for multi-threading and passing like messages between threads. I remember I think it was Aiden who said this take, but I'm not positive. One of my favorite takes was my concurrency model in Go is HTTP.
Okay, I'm not getting the full strength of the take yet.
The take
Explain the joke
is
to me.
the Golang concurrency is such a shit show that it's better to just run multiple instances and eat the network boundary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I really like how Rust does it, which is, there's no shared memory between threads. You just have to send messages, and or if there is shared memory, it's really strict about how it works, and the compile those errors happen at compile time, as opposed to giving you a segfault at runtime like C++ did when I tried to use it and then gave up.
Yep. Rust is competent with with its concurrency model. I've been pretty impressed with Rust overall. I need to play with it more. I just don't have any use cases for it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the web dev world, I don't think there are a lot of use cases for it, and I think that the r/place thing was probably one, or it was one, unless I wanted to pay $20,000 per month to host it. It was one, and Rust is fun. I like taking a break from worrying about website stuff and just being able to write Rust. It's just nice to write in.
That's fair. I do miss my Elixir days here and there, but then I remember it doesn't have a type system, and I get sad whenever I use it again.
Yeah, maybe you should start using Dart as well.
Oh no.
Dart's not bad. It's not. All of the reasons you hate Flutter, none of them apply to Dart.
The reason I hate Dart is OO. I'm not a big OOP fan. I'm a big functional programming nerd.
Okay. I never learned those concepts in school, so all I know about the difference between them is just what I've picked up, and I don't think I've really written functional programming stuff because I've never needed to, because I don't know if you don't know it, you're not going to use it. And it's one of those things that like a lot of things you can just learn by picking a project and then learning what you need to learn in order to finish that project, right? Yeah. And I think the difference between OO and functional programming is not one of those things. You have to be making a conscious choice to use it and learn it. It's harder to learn by doing, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would say that actually this is the thing I think about a lot and used to talk about a bunch on Twitter Spaces, the idea of like, how much time do I have to spend learning data structures and algorithms before I can build my first app? And the answer to that is throw away the data structures and algorithms book and go build something like right now. Like that's how you're going to learn. But there definitely is a point as you take on more leadership roles and you're making decisions that don't just affect like you and your customers, but also affect like the other developers you're working with and hiring, that a bit more knowledge on these concepts and less like the depth of how the concepts work, more the impact of these decisions and how they affect things like hiring, scalability, like architecture and that stuff can be valuable. I think that you're very much at a point where like watching a few videos and reading a little bit about FP versus OOP and imperative versus declarative could help your mental model for how these decisions are made a little bit.
Interesting. Yeah. I think that's one of the things about working in a team that I struggle with is learning to live with other people's code, and not, because I think I'm extremely opinionated, but I'm kind of like a mix of being extremely opinionated about the way I write code and also very flexible about learning new libraries and stuff and new ways to write code. I think that I'm pretty fickle in that way, that I'll if I find something new that I really like, I'll adopt it, and then I'll be, oh, okay, this is now the way to do this, and I will not accept anything else.
Yeah, I've definitely found myself trying to find that balance, especially when you're working with like both more and less experienced people. Like both the how do I learn when I vehemently disagree on something, but also I think this is like the more valuable thing, and you're going to be in this position soon. If you don't think you are, you're probably wrong and are now, is
Okay.
letting people fail at the right times as the lead. Like knowing a decision is doomed and knowing that I could prevent you from doing this thing that's doomed, but you might not believe me. And the lessons I learned by fucking this up were so valuable that you should probably go fuck this up and learn the lesson.
Oh my gosh, that is very insightful, I think. And I think very relevant to me right now. Yeah, because I do work in a team for some stuff that I'm not gonna leak because I do have other jobs. But being able to like I find myself like there's a project that I'm leading on, and I built the 99% of it, and now that it's released, I'm like I'm stepping back a bit and letting other people build the new features. And I find like a lot of the time after going back and forth on a PR a bit, and maybe that's just like the that's maybe that could be solved in a different way, but after going back and forth on a PR a bit, I eventually will end up, just committing to that branch and then merging it to fix the last bit of stuff. And I guess knowing when to let someone fail is crazy. Yeah, that is a really important point.
I'm pumped that this is resonating, and also that you're already in a position to be doing that, considering how like young and early career you are. It's awesome that you're like getting those opportunities and taking advantage of them as you are. You will grow a lot more as a leader than you did as an individual dev, and it's a lot harder to notice when it happens. So you have some very exciting years ahead of you with all that.
Yeah. I mean, my future, I think, is very weird right now, but definitely important. I mean, leadership skills I think everyone should have them, and that's weird, right?
Absolutely. And you'll be surprised at how similar it is to what you've been doing the whole time, but at the same time, like, feels weird. The hardest part for me is like I'm so used to failing being pretty cheap, and like when I fuck up code, it's not a big deal, but when like I fuck up management and that could hurt somebody's career trajectory or like happiness day to day and shit, like that's a lot scarier.
Yeah, for sure. Responsibility over people is crazy that the world is working like that.
Yeah, my big framing now, and I think this is like the book I'm inevitably going to write someday, is it's our job to build safety nets. I try to think a lot less about how do I guide people away from failure, more how do I enable an environment where you can fail commonly, early, and aggressively, and it doesn't hurt things too badly. So like given the option between a really good unit test system or really fast deployments, I'm going to pick really fast deployments because that means when something's wrong in prod, we can fix it way faster.
Huh. Yeah, that's an interesting take as well. Because I feel like, well, what do you think about the importance of having like massive test coverage and stuff like that?
Oh boy.
This is a hot take.
I'll let chat answer that one for you. Hey chat, how do we feel about Theo's code coverage rules? Yeah, I did a half debate, half podcast with Primogen about this. We all agree that code coverage numbers are bad and TDD is really bad, but like so much of what we used to write unit tests for, especially like pre 2018, like TypeScript really aggressively taking over, like the things I wrote tests for is if I pass this a number instead of a string, does it fail the right way? And with TypeScript, so much of that stuff just isn't things that exist anymore. And more often than not, I'm testing something because it's scary or fragile. At that point, I would rather invest in making the thing less scary and less fragile than the test. The point at which tests make sense for like unit test style code coverage is a lot less often than people seem to think. And we're keeping a tally of like bugs we hit in ping production that could have been prevented with a unit test. We're at 2.5.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I find like I recently wrote a unit test unprompted. I was like, okay, I should actually write a unit test for this. And in this case, it was like it was a fucking AWS CDK thing, and it was like, this is gonna be a nightmare to like redeploy if it fails, and it's really easy for me to just test a couple inputs and outputs and see if they're right. So I think there is certainly a place for those types of things, but yeah, I
chat.
don't think.
Wait, y'all write tests for CDK?
I mean, well, in this case, it was like it has to like concatenate a bunch of strings weirdly to build domain names and then certificates out of those domain names, depending on if it's on staging or production, and depending on what the domain passed in is. So I mean, and they have test support. So I was like, yeah, boom. I'll just plug in their example and make it work.
Hey, if you have code you're confident in that you never want to think about again, unit tests can be an okay way to assert that. I find that most of the code that I personally would want to like make assertions about is code that should probably be deleted sooner than later. And like the files in our code base 3 months ago that needed tests the worst, none of them exist right now. We kill them and rewrite them in ways that are less chaotic and problematic.
Sure.
Yeah, for infra type stuff like what you're describing there with multiple different like servers and systems and deployments and relations between those, then like mini like almost pseudo integration tests where you mock some things, not others, and make sure the interaction behaves properly. That stuff's awesome. I really like pseudo integration to full end-to-end testing. If you can make that cheap and maintainable, that is almost always a huge win.
Yeah. I mean, test-driven development, that's what TDD is, I hope.
Yep.
But I tried it once, and I say it's the kind of thing that it's one of those things that you have to be forced to pick up, right? You have to trust someone's like very strong opinion that is like, you have to do it this way. You have to trust that. You can't learn it yourself. I feel.
If the problems we were solving were simple enough to define the test for before the code is written, then I wouldn't have hired a team to write that code. I would have contracted it out as cheap as possible. If we had that strict of like expectations on how these things should work, then I'm not hiring engineers anymore. And I think that like everybody at the company, I expect at Ping to have a pretty strong amount of like self-determination and like freedom in their solutions to problems. Like the problems are much more generic. Like the device picker it looks awful when you have too many devices, or we need a way to dynamically update the slot when you want to change who's in it. And those types of problems, like we could even have a strong like mock-up and diagram of how we want to do this, but encoding those problems into tests first would just be so strange. And if we could do that, like the work put into defining all that is most of the work I'm trusting the engineers to do while they build it. And it feels like doubling down on the wrong part of the problem.
Huh. Yeah, I like that take.
Yeah. Especially since, and like, this is something that's been killing me recently. We're in a much more experimental place now with Ping because like the core tech is working, and we really want to start iterating on some of the more experimental stuff. And the result of that is I keep having devs get like 80% done on a thing. And right as they like, it's at a point where I can start playing with it. As soon as I press a button in it for the first time, I'm like, oh shit, there was a much more obvious way to do this simpler. That's like a better user experience. And now they have to throw away all of the work they've been doing to do this new thing. And it feels awful for me as the lead, like having my team building awesome shit just to use it for 5 minutes and be like, oh shit, I had you build the wrong thing. Fuck. And that's been a consistent thing for me recently. And I've been feeling like pretty bad about it because like our engineer, like half of the work by two of my engineers over the last 2 weeks has been thrown out because I changed my mind on things. And I'm trying to find the right way to be cool with that and like make sure that the environment's positive despite that, because that exploration and experimentation is a big part of what I trust them for. Like if I was doing this myself still, I would have been much more okay building the thing, realizing, oh, this is the wrong solution, throwing it out and redoing it. If I'm going to scale myself, I have to scale that part too. So I have to find a way to prototype, to experiment, and to not feel bad when I'm throwing away a bunch of code that my teams write.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this might not be a solution, but I feel like being able to give employees the encouragement and freedom to experiment with those kind of things on their own independently and not part of, not like, if you're not the one who told them to build this thing and they were like, oh, this is a cool feature, let me try to write some code for it and then like bring it up the ladder and see if they like it. I don't know if that's, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you can't really tell people to do. But building an environment where it's possible for that to happen and finding the people that are creative enough to make that happen, I feel like is extremely hard but extremely rewarding.
Oh, I absolutely like. I hope at least that I've built an environment where people feel like they have that type of freedom. I'd say that a decent amount of the work, even like the PRs open right now, are things that random people on the team were like, oh, this is a problem that I think I should solve. Either they ask if they can go do it and they do it, or sometimes they just put up the PR and they're like, hope you're not upset I went and worked on this because it's a problem I thought we needed to solve. What I'm honestly pretty happy with where we're at with that type of thing and like the self-determination of like people picking what to work on if there's something that makes more sense than what I'm pushing. The thing I'm more concerned about is specifically when, and this is just inherent to like, I'm the streamer at the company. I'm the one who uses ping the most, who uses the product the most. Like a lot of the things I discover building a thing, the team does. Like the amount of dumb shit that I thought made sense when I wrote up the first proposal for the new dynamic embed system and handed that to Mel. And like every couple days they hit me up like, yo, this seems weirdly complex. What was your goal here? I feel like this might make more sense. I'm like, oh shit, you're absolutely right. I was overthinking this for no good reason. Do it that way. And like most of the hard tech problems get solved that way, but the product stuff, you just have to have it in a state where you can use it and play with it. And that's like a vibe. You can't get that in dev. You can get that 80% of the way through dev when you start playing with it. But having people build things with a high chance of being thrown out still feels bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that feeling is both normal and also fairly uncommon, I would think. Like, I feel like your situation with Ping being both the, the leader of the developers and also the person who is, and also the customer, right? That's weird. That's not very common. So you're in a weird situation.
Yeah, I think it's our biggest strength in a lot of ways too, though. Like we're all kind of like Twitch degens that watch streams and hang out in these things. I make the most content for sure, but we all get the space. There's nobody at Ping that doesn't at least vaguely use Twitch and YouTube and explore these types of things. But the much deeper, I use this product almost every day to make content with it, is a fundamental difference that doesn't exist in a lot of companies. And it definitely means I feel weird because I have the technical background to know how hard the thing I'm asking for is, and to feel even worse when I tell them to throw it away. But I also have the product background where I feel obligated to do that.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I don't think I've really been in that situation before, so it's definitely something to keep in mind. I feel like a lot of, actually, no, you're I've done that to myself. I haven't really done it. I mean, of course, I haven't done it to others because I'm not leading a team, but I had this huge project that I was writing in Rust, and it was also my introduction to Rust. So of course it was like I was doing a bunch of shit wrong at first, and then I had to rewrite basically the entire project 2 or 3 times just to get into a state that was, you know, possible to possible to develop basically. So yeah, I think it's a very, that part's a very common problem.
Yeah, I love these talks. I know everybody here is more around for the deep tech stuff, like why is Flutter bad? But I think these are some of the most valuable conversations we can have, being like a more senior channel. Like these are the things you think about when you're building teams and making decisions and running shit. And it's like, I don't know if I've said it, but like it's on your site. I don't care. You're fucking 19 and you're already running into these problems that I started running into in my like mid to late 20s. It's nuts. And you've been so it's awesome getting to have these conversations with where you're at in your career, and I hope we can chat again in a year to hear all about how how you've learned about these things and keep growing.
Yeah, and by then SQL will be possible on the edge, and also WebSockets will be amazing. So looking forward to it.
I've been waiting for at least a decade on the WebSocket thing, so don't be too excited for that one. Definitely want to open things up to chat if you're down to take a few questions from them.
Absolutely, sure.
Go nuts, chat. I don't feel like setting up ZT3GG, so just ask in chat and I'll ask away here. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. I saw people asking if I check it. I do, not super actively, and I can't show it on stream because of YouTube not knowing how to moderate things. Oh, actually, with you here and
YouTube API,
yeah, with you here and with Aiden in chat, I think we could go on a fun moderation subtangent quick.
Okay.
I think Twitch gets a little too much shit for the safety story simply because of the delta in response time difference between Twitch and YouTube and how that like affects the impact of the content. So like if I leave an inappropriate comment on YouTube and it takes YouTube 2 days to delete that comment, comments get viewed for years after they're made. So even if you kill it 2 days in, chances are that comment hasn't been seen that much, and that slow response time isn't too big a deal. Whereas if you have an inappropriate message on Twitch and you delete it in 5 seconds, that message has been seen by everybody who's ever going to see it already.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's a really interesting take. And I think especially, I think that's also important when you look at like the live streams that Twitch has to take down, right? Like TOS breaking live streams, those also are in a similar place, right? I think Twitch as a whole is like not only the chat but all parts of it.
Yeah, the live content moderation is multiple dimensions harder to do optically well than async moderation, where like a live stream can be seen by 3 people or less and get taken down, and that will be a gigantic news story. A YouTube video can be seen by 100,000 people and get taken down, and nobody seems to give a shit because it's been taken down. You can't see it anymore. But live is live. Like once the damage is done, so to speak, even if the damage is immeasurably small, it's so it feels like Twitch doing better looks worse here, which sucks because now that I'm using YouTube Live and YouTube Live chat, it's apparent, like obvious, that YouTube's moderation story is so much worse than Twitch's, but I never felt that before because of the async nature of the platform.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube also has like a lot more technology behind it because they have fucking Google. They have Google's, AI shit. And I guess Twitch has Amazon a bit, but I feel like technology-wise, YouTube has a lot more potential to make it faster, make it fast enough. And they haven't yet. And if they have done it in the incorrect ways.
Ooh, one more spicy YouTube take. I think you're uniquely qualified for this one. My current understanding of like YouTube's product approach is, rather than trying to build like next generation cool things to like take on Twitch and take on TikTok, they're experimenting with how cheap can they keep YouTube feeling like unique and fresh in a way? Like, how can they insert new gimmicks that keep your experience on Twitter, on YouTube, feeling a bit more, fuck, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, not varied, but like, yeah, I can't think of the word, but like, I think that shorts and live on YouTube are less comparable to like VOD on YouTube and more comparable to like how the weird like tarot card reader game was built into the app. It's like, how little money can we spend to get into this space and vary the experience our viewers are having a bit more to make YouTube feel like a little more unique and a little more fun? Because watching roughly the same length of video over and over again gets boring. How cheap can we add live? How cheap can we add shorts? How cheap can we add a
How cheap can
variety
we
of experience?
copy, basically? How cheap can we copy these things from other companies, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think, and all of these new things are I don't think any of them are unique. I think that, yeah, I get your point about making the YouTube experience unique, but yeah, I think most of them are just yoinked from other places.
I I think they're very novel, and like it's funny because when you're on Twitch or you're on TikTok, it feels like this is a competitor for YouTube. This is a whole new type of content, but to YouTube, it's like a piece of novelty. It's almost like a sub, like a mini game built into the YouTube experience. And
Yeah.
yeah, they haven't held on to any of them. I feel like what's the last YouTube feature that they added and kept? Like,
I mean, they've removed a lot of stuff. I
yeah,
guess, I mean, shorts seem like they're here to stay, right? Just because that's what the environment is like now, with TikTok dominating, right? Uh, but yeah, I mean, having looked at the internal way that they implement, I mean, I've only looked at the live stream and the live stream chat, but it is definitely a bandage over the rest, and not uh, definitely something that was built to be built cheap. And I actually talked, like, right after Mogul TV launched, I got an email from one of YouTube's web engineers, and we talked for a bit, and it's gonna stay like that. They're not gonna redo stuff. They're set with their solutions, and they're like, it's not like it's gonna get better, which is kind of crazy.
yeah, I definitely have felt that. It doesn't seem like they're investing in it to meaningfully challenge Twitch so much as how cheap can they take some market share as an experiment.
Yeah, companies are too powerful nowadays.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, this is my fucking take on the YouTube chat after having seen the API, because, of course, it's probably most people know who've looked into it. It is polling. It's not over WebSocket like Twitch's is. It's it's like a long polling, or no, it's a short. I guess it's a short polling solution, right? Which is already cringe for live chat. But also, they transfer all of their UI over the network, right? So each chat message is like a JSON object, right? But it contains the fucking UI structure, the UI layout, which is insane for live chat. It makes a whole lot of sense for everything else, because that gives you what you're talking about with React Native. That gives you the freedom to de- basically deploy a parser for your API on all platforms, and then update everything for free without having to go through the Apple or Google. I guess that they are Google, but that's super powerful, and that's super cool. But doing that for live chat, every single badge that you are sent is not only the full URL to the image, but also the full accessibility data, the full metadata. It's a, it's like it's something that could be 5 bytes of data and it's 500, and
Ugh.
it works and it is cringe.
God, that's so bad. Wow, I did not know it was that rough, but Jesus. Yeah. I
They transfer the fucking context menu for every single chat message, and you
uh,
wonder why the YouTube chat experience is so bad. I've
super
had I've had my browser crash multiple times, and I think this is common from running out of memory for just running YouTube chat.
There are ways where they could garbage collect and make a good like render and destroy story for that, but it sounds like they just haven't, which doesn't
Yeah,
surprise
I
me,
mean it
but is
goes back
very
to
painful.
where, yeah, it's just a it feels like a quick hack over their existing platform, and they're not going to improve it because they don't need to because they don't care enough.
Yep. Yep. That reminded me of just one of my favorite like one-off experiments that became a big thing. Like just the idea of using data as the UI describer or like description and like render method. Are you familiar with the SQLite stuff that Messenger is doing for like the Facebook Messenger iOS and mobile apps?
No, I'm not.
The entire like framework and UI layer is defined in SQLite. So when they want to ship a UI change, they ship a SQL migration to your client and it runs an update that way.
Okay, that's interesting, I guess. That's pretty cool. It feels like all these companies have built fucking solutions to get around having to ship new binaries, right?
Yep, it's so essential. Like when you have a bug in production and you need to make a change to your app, like the one I run into a lot is like a mobile dev is, oh, on the iPhone 5S or the iPhone 6, one of these small screens, this button doesn't render because the screen's too small. I need to go like
Sure.
add a container to make that render correctly. I don't need to go through app review to fix that. And even if I do, not every user is always updating their apps. So if somebody happened to install that app on that device during that bad window, and then they find that bug 4 months later, even after I fixed it, they're going to file a ticket all the same because they don't know they're like 3 major versions off on the app. And it's
One
like
star
when
review
you
does
have
not
no
work.
way to control the code that your native binaries are running and like defining like the relationship between your code and those native bindings is 1-to-1 and you have to ship that way, you can't stop users from being on outdated clients, and that sucks.
Do you think that this would be a bad thing? Uh, like, you think it would still be a bad thing if it was as easy to run what code you want on mobile devices as it is on desktop devices? Like, if it was as easy to do, because you can have native apps that auto update on desktop pretty easily. If it was that easy on mobile, do you think it would still be a necessity, or do you think not?
Uh, that's a really good question. Shit. I don't think it would be a necessity, but it would still be very valuable for the majority of developers because even in an app like Electron, there just aren't native changes happening a whole lot. Like the like in React Native, the thing that 99% of the code I'm writing is the JavaScript layer that tells native what to do. And I shouldn't have to change the native binary on a user's device to make changes like that. And there's lots of like admittedly kind of dumb cringe things I would do to take advantage of the binary swapping. Like on a holiday, I'd have a branch that has a fancy version of the UI with like St. Patrick's Day themes and shit. And I'll push that at the beginning of the day and I'll push main again at the end of the day. And those types of dumb things are way more things to consider if you are building natively and updating natively.
Sure, I agree, but I also think that having that be like it would be better, I think, if all like you can do a lot to make a native app that is or a non-native app that is getting all of its code from the internet. You can do a lot to make that a good user experience, but I feel like if you can do it through just a binary update, that's better, right? Like if you don't have to have the app make a billion network requests every time it boots up to load your JavaScript, then that's nicer, I
It
think.
doesn't have to. The quick fix that like Expo does, for example, is every time you make a native change, like you change the packages that have unimodule bindings, it bumps the native version one, so that the next time you publish a JS bundle, then it won't load on a device that doesn't have that native version bump on it. And the next time you open the app, if you're on the latest like native bundle, but there's a new JS bundle, when it processes its first request, or it checks like the metadata header and it sees that its version's out of sync, it can reflush then. There is like a waterfall there because you're not requesting the bundle on every like opening of the app, but you can check if your bundle's latest or not before doing that load, which is what all these systems do by default, including like Electron Update and React Native with Expo.
Sure. Do you think that that having this everywhere is the future then? Do you think that native apps should be phased out?
Not necessarily. There's a lot of things where native just is better. It depends on like where is the concern area for what you're building. With something like OBS, UI is not even in their top 10 concerns. That's apparent.
Sure.
And as such, their focus on like the Qt native bindings makes way more sense. Whereas something like Discord should be as like browser based and JS based as possible, so they can ship updates without having you be forced to install a new executable. And the other reality of the binaries is those binaries are 100 to 300 megabytes sometimes. In the JS bundles, like 400 kilobytes.
Yeah, that's true. I just feel like making everything a browser just feels wrong to me. Like I know it works, and I know it has a lot of advantages, but I feel like if everyone could take the time to write stuff natively, and I guess this is what Flutter's trying to do, then
no, it's not.
Well, I mean, it's compile to native code and compile to a binary that does not have to bundle an entire web
I think
browser,
that
right?
that's a different definition of native. It's like native's a platform, a framework, and a runtime in most places, where like a canvas in browser is not native. A like Flutter is using the same Skya engine as Chrome. They both use the same thing to render UI. The only thing that's more native about Flutter than about Chrome is that the code that runs what goes on in the UI is a little closer to native. But when you look at something like React Native on desktop, that's JavaScript code telling Windows which Windows button to render. That is actually telling the native framework and platform what to do, but it's being told that from a JavaScript abstraction. Flutter has flattened the space between those, both where it's further away from native, so you're throwing away accessibility primitives, you're throwing away performance optimizations, you're throwing away any happy story when the Windows update happens that doesn't use the things that changes how the button looks sometimes. But what you're gaining is a theoretical performance win doing animation type tasks, where in your user land, like the layer you wrote in Dart, you can move a button 2 pixels to the left every frame, and that's fine. In JavaScript, what you're expected to do is tell native, hey, every frame move that over, but you tell native that once. In Flutter, the runtime is faster enough that you don't have to orchestrate in that way, if that makes sense.
I guess what I want then is React Native, but you write the code in Rust.
Someday. Assembly script looks cool. ReasonML's okay, or not ReasonML. Rescript looks interesting. I would love a future where we could write native-y code that feels like writing React and React Native. But what we've seen in like the browser, for example, with EU, which is the fastest framework for Rust in the DOM and in the web, is that the performance isn't that much better than React, and it's not better than Solid.js, which is weird. But
yeah,
the binding layer there tends to be the slowest part. If they make the bindings faster, which they're working on, that should be a lot faster. But if the bridge is slow, then the binding is slow too, even if the runtime is fast. And Flutter's abstraction is inherently so abstracted that there isn't much optimization to do. Whereas in React Native, we can take what's going on in Flutter and then run it from React Native. We can build something like the new flat list that just got put out by Shopify that makes lists and like long list performance in React Native like 60 to 80% better. Those types of optimizations are possible because the abstraction is one where we tell native what to do, and we can do lots of different things there. With Flutter, it's all dependent on their engine.
Interesting. Well, that I guess, yeah, that's a good point. I guess then you just have to rely on native being able to do that, which it usually can, I guess.
Yep. And you have to rely on really smart people to build really performant bindings. Like in this case,
Yeah.
I trust both Meta and the engineers on React Native, as well as Microsoft and the engineers they're putting on React Native for Windows and Mac. Microsoft is working very hard to make React Native work for multi-plot on desktop because they're using it for like Office stuff now. The new Office like contacts and people widget on Windows and Mac is using React Native by Microsoft.
Wow, that's kind of crazy if you think about it. That's a company who's built an operating system and then built apps for that operating system, now using a third-party solution for making apps easier to build on their operating system.
Yep.
I think they'd be able to just do it themselves, but
they built Windows subsystem for Linux. They gave up.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I love new Microsoft for that reason though. They know what they don't know now. It's such a change. Like Satya has killed it. It's like we suck at these things. Let's stop pretending we're good at them. Let's embrace what people are using now. That's why TypeScript exists. That's why VS Code exists. VS Code is such a cool example of that, where they looked at Atom. They're like, yeah, this is a tragedy, but there's some good ideas here. What if we took our best-in-class IDE team that has made some of the best coding environments in the world and had them work in a Chromium like Electron shell for a bit? And it turns out VS Code's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is very impressive that they've been. I think I used Atom once or twice. It's crazy that, or it's very, very lucky that we have a solution as good as, like, this is the place where you need this solution almost the most, and we have one, which is nice.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the history of Electron at all?
Not super familiar, no.
You know it started as part of Atom, right?
Oh yeah, it was the same company that managed both, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what the company was?
Was it GitHub?
Yep. GitHub wanted to make a text editor after seeing what was going on in, like, specifically Sublime Text was all the rage at the time. And GitHub wanted in on that. They wanted to like be involved in the editor, but they had a very real problem of most of the devs at GitHub didn't know how to do native anything. And they did not want to write a native editor. They were all web devs. They figured it'd be easier to fork Chrome and make a wrapper in that than it would to do anything else. And it seems like they were right. Also, huge shout out Bash Bunny for the raid, bringing 400 of y'all here. For those that don't know, I have Otto on right now. He's a legendary dev in the streamer space, building tech for everybody from like OTV to Ludwig for all the mogul stuff over on YouTube. And we've just been chatting about web dev software and how he builds so effectively as a solo dev.
Yep. Yeah. And now you see GitHub in the browser having VS Code available for all their repositories, which is kind of crazy. Oh, and now GitHub is owned by Microsoft, right? Who has the same who wrote VS Code. So I guess everything's kind of come together.
Yeah, one of my hot takes for a while has been one of the best reason, or how I put it, one of the biggest incentives for Microsoft to buy GitHub was Electron. It is such an essential part of Microsoft's future of embracing web technologies as the happiest path for devs to build user experiences, and combining that with their work on React Native, with their work on like the Windows like subsystem layers so that you can have a good dev experience. Like all of those things are Microsoft acknowledging their failure to provide good ways to build software on Windows and embracing the solutions.
When are we going to start shipping operating systems with Electron installed by default? And then every app that used Electron would just, launch the native version of it.
Funny enough, Chrome tried that, and I think Microsoft's working on that with the new Edge is now Chromium based. Like the
Yeah.
Edge browser's just Electron now. I could see them doing that. I've heard a bit of rumbling there. It's not anything particularly like likely to be adopted, but Google's experiments there weren't great. Chrome OS did okay, but I think that the goal is more move out of Chrome when we can and deal with it as a dep when we can't just yet.
I think that's what Towery is doing, right? Because Towery uses the system's browser version instead of shipping a full Chromium package. And Towery is pretty cool. I wrote an app in it, and it was fine. The only thing was, the whole thing about it is like, oh, you don't have to ship Chromium with your system or with your app anymore. You just use the system's version of Chrome. And I deployed it, and it did not work, and I had to install the Edge runtime to make it work. So it was like, I guess it's almost there, but I don't think the OS is ready yet.
Yeah, I have not been super impressed with Tori. I am excited that there are more ways to build web apps native-y, but yeah, Maple just made a really good point in chat. The use the system browser circumvents the whole don't worry about app specific things and platform specific things that like Electron solves really well. And so much of like the ecosystem in Electron's hard to leave behind.
I mean, oh yeah, ecosystem. I'll totally agree. But like, like, you're trusting the operating system to fucking have an API to create windows, right? To create notifications, to create a system tray. So if you're also now just adding, you're trusting the operation to have a browser available, that doesn't seem like too big of a jump to me.
I would invert it as we trust the platform to support Chrome and all the things that Chrome needs. I don't trust the system browser to support Chrome and all the things we use Chrome for in Electron.
Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe not yet. I think this is... I don't think you can say that forever. I think that, especially because Chrome has turned into this, everyone needs it now, then I think that there will come a time when this is the best solution.
I'm really excited about like what Google was working on with Fuchsia back in the day. I haven't heard too much rumbling there. I hope the project isn't dead. Yeah, they're trying to like merge Android and Chrome or Chrome OS into a mostly web-based OS with like native bindings built in and an Android runtime target that compiles to their weird like Fuchsia WASM thing that's about 90% as performant as native Android code. So
that is, yeah, that's interesting. I'm looking it up and it seems like they're using it internally, but I don't know if it's ever going to become a publicly used thing. Like they're using it for their smart home devices now.
Yeah, I honestly think, considering how hyped I was on it like 4 or 5 years ago when the talks first started, and we haven't heard much since, I'm just assuming it's dead, honestly. Like most of the fun things I heard Google was working on. So
Google's killed a lot of things. Yeah, but I mean, hold on. If Fuchsia becomes a thing, Flutter would be native for it. Then you could use Flutter.
You did it. You got me. that would actually kill so much of my Flutter critique.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think at that point you're like, okay, cool. Here's this thing you can use to build apps for Fuchsia that also just happens to support every other operating system at a basic level, and I think that's valuable.
Totally agree. I think the OS is where a lot of these things have to happen. Like operating systems haven't seen much innovation for a while now, and if you were to do things better there, you could do a lot of cool shit.
Yeah, I guess really the only place where that's ever going to work is mobile devices, and to be a company big enough to be able to uh, build mobile devices and also be able to build your own OS is there's only a couple of them out there, and Google is the most likely.
I think there's a better place. Consoles
What
and
is it?
TV boxes.
Interesting. Consoles right now, what do they run? They run their own
They're
their own shit,
x86
right?
now. They're pretty traditional. Up until the Xbox One and PS4 gen, they were all running weird stuff. So like Xbox 360 was running Power PC processors from like the old like Mac days. The
Interesting.
PS3 was running a super weird custom like 6-core chip where every core had a different performance target. Uh, the
Okay.
Wii and the GameCube were both running like the same exact PowerPC processor and AMD GPU. They just overclocked it in the Wii. The PS4 and Xbox One were the first generation where Intel just kind of stopped improving performance on their chips, and they kind of had to eat that, which is why that generation was the first gen with no backwards compatibility, where you couldn't play an Xbox 360 game on a 1 and you couldn't play a PS3 game on a 4. It wasn't they want to be evil companies. It's literally the chip is a different architecture.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder that could work for that kind of thing where we're talking about custom operating systems, but also that seems like a good space for what Apple did, which is make their own fucking silicon and then put it in their devices, right?
Only justifiable if you have unlimited money and actually profit off your hardware sales. Like Apple
Sure.
makes $1,000 on a $1,300 iPhone sale. Microsoft loses $100 on a $500 Xbox.
Really? That's
Yep.
crazy.
Microsoft's hardware for Xbox and gaming is at cost to the business.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, then, yeah, I mean, that's the level where you don't really see the OS. You see the things that are built off of it, right? And at a certain point, like if you get old enough, it was all like there was no OS. It was just or there was there was no difference between the OS and the things running on it. It was just a system.
Yeah, like the system booted to the game you put in. I
Yeah.
think like right now we're in a unique juncture where Microsoft's taking Xbox software way more seriously. Like first off, it runs Windows now. They don't say that too loudly, but it is actually Windows on the Xbox. You can write a Windows app and run it on your Xbox, which is nuts.
Yeah.
The other side is all of the Windows like features they've been pulling in that are hard to do right on Windows for like more instance and application specific stuff, but are much easier when you own the like whole runtime and like multitasking solution like you do on Xbox. Like I'm sure you're familiar with Hibernate on Windows, where you can turn off your computer and it turns back on immediately
Sure.
because it saved your RAM to your hard drive and loads it back up.
Yep.
Do you know they have that on Xbox now for your games? When you switch games, it will store what you have in RAM in your hard drive
wow.
or in your SSD, and when you open the game again, it loads off that.
That is pretty impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. A game resume on Xbox Series X is about 500 milliseconds or less, and on PS5, it's multiple seconds.
Huh. And you don't even have to rely on the game to do it right. You could just do it as part
Yep.
of your OS.
In fact, it breaks some games because they have weird, like, they use a clock to determine something
yes,
in game, but when it restores from
system.
memory, the clock's off. So it does break a small handful of games, but most handle it fine.
Interesting. Yeah.
But like that type of innovation, I think is much more doable on consoles, on like an Apple TV and things like that, than even on mobile due to the more ownership you have on the like compatibility story. Because compatibility is always going to be the killer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess game engines or game consoles have just succeeded in forcing the developers to write a different program for all of the different like, systems instead of them having to support them. And then, game engines now compile to everything, but if you have to the the developers have to port stuff over instead of the systems being compatible with each other, which is interesting.
The real owners of the future are the owners of the runtimes. It's not the hardware manufacturers, it's not the OS manufacturers, it's not us as like user-facing devs. It's Epic Games with Unreal Engine, it's Unity, it's Google with Chrome and V8, and it's like Flutter to an extent here too. But like whoever owns the runtime determines what's supported on both sides. And if you don't have a lot of faith in the owner of your runtime, you're fucked.
That's what's happening to Unity now, right?
Yep, which sucks because Unity enabled so much cool shit, and now it's probably going to die a really painful, violent death.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Unity that much personally, but I can concede that it's done a lot for the industry.
Hey, one of our favorite games ever was built in Unity. I still can't believe that Outer Wilds was actually built in fucking Unity, but it works.
It does some fucking hacky shit. I've seen the stuff behind it. It is crazy that they got that to work.
I've seen a pretty cool set. I got to playtest the DLC way before it came out. I was the first person to beat it actually, which was dope.
Wow, wow, that's cool. I'm jealous a bit.
Yeah, it was such a cool experience. I was 50-50. Like I'm friends with one of the writers, Kelsey. They're great. And Kelsey was unsure if I would enjoy it because like the game was such a magical experience to me. They were concerned that I would lose some of that magic seeing how it works behind the scenes. It only made it more magical. Seeing like when I ran into a collision bug and I like fell through an elevator like onto a raft and instantly died a really violent death, and watching Alex like open up Unity and screen share it to me in Discord so I could see, and he would like adjust the collision zones and shit. And I was like, oh, there are so many of these layers of hacks that make this all possible. Somebody asked in chat, the game's Outer Wilds, not the Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds. Really, really groundbreaking indie game. The less you know going in, the better.
Yeah. There's rafts in it and elevators. Oh my gosh, you've ruined it.
So many spoilers.
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on C#? Because C# I think was the first language that I learned on the computer after I got off my calculator. Because it was pretty easy to just build a WinForms app, and that was all I could do for a while.
Funny enough, the video I filmed before this, I was doing a collab with Nick White. We did a programming language tier list that I'm very excited for him to put out, and I defended C# pretty hard during it. I think that it's in the world of C, it's a very surprisingly good solution, and in game dev I really wish it was the language that they chose for Unreal Engine. Like C# is the main reason I find myself in Unity more than Unreal for my own experimentation. It's a lot easier to work with, even if it's painfully class-based.
Interesting. Yeah, that is the part that I don't like that much about it. It feels like coming from C# to another language, there are so many like convenience features and like things that aren't verbose as verbose as they are in C#. There's a lot of those that make me not like it too much, but it is still it's better than, I mean, it barely belongs in the C family, right? It's more like Java, but it's a definite improvement over Java.
But
for sure,
it is much more native in terms of its runtime than Java is, and way more performant in that way. I hate .NET. I can't stand it personally, but man, I think that C# gets more shit than it deserves. That all said, do you know what language Anders Hellsberg built after C#?
Lua?
Nope. It's something you use a lot more than Lua.
What? I don't know.
The guy who made C# made TypeScript.
Really?
Really?
Wow. Okay, I can see that. I think he did a better job at TypeScript than I did as A#, potentially.
Well, yeah, everybody's got to learn at some point. I think that it was so cool though, because like Microsoft realized, similar to the convo we were having earlier, like our native runtimes are not the future. Multiplat is necessary. JavaScript is necessary if we want Microsoft code to run on every device. Some of that has to be JavaScript. How do we make JavaScript work at Microsoft scale? Yo, programmers who work at Microsoft and design languages, please fucking save us. And Anders was the one to succeed.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, if JavaScript gets to a point where TypeScript is default, like Bun and Dino are both doing, then it'll eventually compile to native code, right? I'm sure there's already solutions for that.
Yeah, there's a white paper that Microsoft wrote with like a college for, I forgot which college they worked with, but I think it's, what did they call it? It was like TypeScript for embedded systems, I think, like the title of the paper, but the goal was writing TypeScript or a subset of TypeScript that can compile to C and run on like a Raspberry Pi or like an embedded chip with decent performance.
Yeah. I mean, I like TypeScript. Don't get me wrong. I don't love that everything has to be in a web browser. I think that if TypeScript was a super fast and if it was on the level of Rust or Zig or even Go, I guess I'd be a lot more happy. But it's in a place that is good enough, and we have to do a lot of things on top of it to make it usable. But we've done those things mostly, so.
I do dream of a future where the TS runtime is a whole different beast, probably a different language at that point. But yeah, very much aligned with you there. I hope we get there. But for now, I will rely on Apple making their processors more powerful every year and hope that keeps up with my code getting slower.
Okay. I mean, wait. But I guess that only affects a portion of the market share. That's not the majority, even.
Shh! Don't tell the product managers.
Okay.
Just buy your manager a new iPhone and a new MacBook every year, and they'll never notice how slow your app gets.
Genius. That's a genius solution.
Yeah, all really good points, though. I don't think we booked for this long, but I really appreciate you for staying over. Is there anything we didn't touch on that you were excited about or wanted to talk or touch on?
I think we touched on everything. Yeah.
Yeah, this was quite the show. Like almost 3 hours of shit posting. I was concerned I wouldn't have enough for us to talk about, and pumped that you proved me wrong there.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Anything that we should shout out or signal boost for you?
I mean, you can follow my Twitter if you would like, but I'm doing fine for myself.
Yeah, you're always on top of things. Are you still streaming pretty often? I've seen you a few times in the past few weeks.
I stream when I have a project that I can show on stream, and that's becoming less and less common, but I stream when I can. It's my Twitch. It's right there in the message. Literally five messages up from your message. This is why I hate Twitch chat.
Yeah, Twitch chat's ability to read is always questionable, to say the least.
Yeah, I feel like. Oh, did we talk about coding on Twitch?
No, we didn't. We should go on a rant about that. Actually, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, personally, I saw your tweet, I think, about how you aren't going to do as much coding on Twitch. I think that for me, and this might be uncommon, but I am a lot more productive when I'm coding on Twitch just by the fact that I can't get distracted because I have hundreds of people watching me. And I think that that's really cool.
Interesting. I vibe with that. I feel like I would have been very, very aligned with that 5 years ago, but I've kind of like changed the things I'm working on such that when I want to build something, I'm so excited about that thing that I can't really think about other stuff. And even if I like get distracted and take a break, that break tends to be a thing that I am like going to like find food quick while this project's infecting my brain. And I try to not work on things that don't lead to me obsessing in that way. And if anything, Twitch chat just annoys me because I already want to build this thing. Y'all are just making bad suggestions while I try to make it work.
Man, I wish I was in that situation. I get distracted really easily, and there are some projects that I can get done really fast, and there are a lot of projects that I underestimate how long they're going to take and how much effort they're going to be, and then I get demotivated on them, and then come back to them months later, and then forget what the code base is like, and have to relearn it, and then finally finish it.
Oh, I've had that exact problem plenty of times as well. Jason's in chat, actually. I don't know if you've chatted with him before. He's the head of the URAD charity and like mental health group that helps a bunch with like, they just help Trainwreck spin up his new like mental health thing to help his audience like get help with those types of things. He's very good about like distraction management, like focus, learning, and like delivery. He taught himself how to build like full stack apps in Next.js, TypeScript, like all the stuff we talk about here with no previous programming experience in 3 months because Squarespace wasn't cutting it for his charity.
Yeah, we're doing a partnership soon, I believe.
Oh, no shit.
Mogul Moves.
No shit.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in depth though. I think we have 2 messages in our DMs, but yeah, I mean, that's really impressive. I think maybe I'll get there someday, and I hope I do. But right now, I'm not managing it the healthiest way, probably. But you know, when I'm on stream, I can code for 6 hours and not get tired. So that's and only get tired after the fact.
That's not a bad solution, honestly. I like, especially being young and like early career in that sense, like finding things that work and doing them is fine. When those things stop working, you have people like me and people like Jason to chat with and help you when you get there, because you will hit a wall and it will fucking suck. But you're definitely not alone when you get there, and there's a lot of awesome people who have been through this and succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. It's a very good solution, and there is a lot of my work that I just can't show on stream because it is as like a bunch of environment variables, or it is under an NDA or something, right? Or it just doesn't make good stream content, and I still worry about the numbers somewhat. So it's hard to manage that. And then,
that's totally fair.
It works. It works for some things, but
yeah, on my last code stream, not the most recent one, but the one before, I was struggling a decent bit on stream, just running into dumb things, leaking environment variables, having things not connect when they should, and ended up offline like right after stream, taking like hour break, open up my laptop again, and just gunning out all the things I wanted to do on stream for the next 4 hours without even thinking about it. And just realized after, oh shit, this is all the stuff I wanted to do on stream, but I did it now way faster and enjoyed it way more. Fuck. I'll talk about it next stream maybe. So I pull it up on next stream to talk about it a bunch, notice some things I want to change, go and start changing them, and 2 hours later realize I don't actually know how React works, get really angry and stream pissed off. Like, that's not good for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we have the opposite situations there, which is interesting. You get distracted more by stream, and I get distracted less. I guess it's because I will not read my chat if they are being annoying, which is most of the time.
Learning that slowly but surely. I'll get there someday. Yeah, you're a better streamer. I'm a grumpier engineer. I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I got so pissed at my chat last stream. People are 2-tab Andy is now a fucking joke. God, I love that.
How many tabs do you usually have?
Oh, I personally have a rule where if I have more than 8 tabs open in a browser window, I close the browser window. But what he's referring to is there was a really dumb, like, the React 18 renders things twice in dev mode thing.
Oh, yeah, ran into that.
Yeah. I thought it only ran effects twice in dev mode, not it actually would re-render each component twice.
That's what it used to do, I think. Before React 18, there was something that ran twice, and now it just does everything twice.
Yep. and it was creating two WebSocket clients and connecting two WebSocket clients at once. And you could see, because like the console logs, it would show at the top the user ID it joined with, and it would show at the bottom like I was binding the instance to the window, so I could type window.instance.me and it would say your info. And window.instance.me had a different ID than the ID it instantiated with, because behind the scenes in the background, it was creating a second one and binding the second one over it. But somebody in chat was insisting I had a tab open in the background I was missing, even though the ID at the top was different from the ID at the bottom, and both were different every refresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Those are the kind of those are the most annoying problems. The one that are like something so stupid. The solution is so stupid, and yet it takes 10 minutes to find that solution, 30 minutes to find that solution, just to figure out what's happening. I've had that, and then I've had situations where I solved that, and then have the same problem a month later and completely forget everything and have to redo the entire process, and it's a nightmare.
Yep. Yeah, I think that I've gotten better at that over the years. The combination of like TypeScript, I think, has been really helpful there. Prettier's helped a lot there too, and trying to be much more straightforward with the code I'm writing. Things like big functions with comments tend to be easier to dive back into than small granular functions. You have to remember, like, once you break things across file boundaries, that's no longer code that describes what it does. That's a network of relationships you have to keep in your brain. And I actually really like the Dan Abramov take of keep everything in one file until it feels really bad to, because it makes it way easier to go back to that thing.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I feel like at this point, it's like a lot of things are getting upgraded at once or updated at once, and it's kind of a lot of things are also like in unstable. Like I had to be on a canary version of Next.js for like 2 months because it didn't support React 18 in just one stupid way, and like I'm still on a release candidate version of Tailwind or Twin Macro because the normal version supports V2 of Tailwind. And I had to install like a release candidate version of their VS Code extension as well. So it's like a lot right now. A lot of those things are kind of in limbo and weird to work with. I don't know if that's common or if it's just a coincidence that everything's happening at once. But
no, that's very common. When you're bleeding edge in more than one place, that can be really painful. Like I try to be really cautious about which edges I bleed on. Like taking something like Planet Scale as a service, they're pretty new, but the tech they're building on is old as shit. It's MySQL and Vitesse. It's old, open source, and boring. And you gotta pick some things to be the boring part in order to bleed on the other sides.
Yeah, I don't do that, unfortunately, because I just assume that stuff will work and then I get mad when it doesn't. I find myself running Yarn upgrade interactive every day. I'm like, ooh, is there any updates for these packages that I can install right now?
Yeah, I avoid package updates as long as I can. Yeah, I try to avoid those things as much as possible because I upgrade when the upgrade solves a security problem or brings an immediate value that we're not like getting right now. And it's easy to fall in that trap. And like, it I really like that you brought up Twin, because I think Twin's a great example of like bleeding on one side and boring on the other, where it's bleeding edge in the sense that it's a new dynamic system built on top of Tailwind instead of traditional CSS, which is a very modern and bold take. But on one side, it's building on top of like Emotion and old school JS primitives. And on the other side, it's also building on top of Babel and like a compiler time hook. And those things are very old. Next.js has moved largely away from Babel with SWC and V12, which means that the only thing you're running Babel for right now is probably your styles, which means your builds are twice as long as they have to be for that one. What should have been a bleeding edge decision is now actually slowing you down in a way that feels weird.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. I I mean, I haven't tried twinned yet, but I have seen it, and I think it solves that, right? But
Yeah.
twinned also, does it do stuff at runtime in the browser?
Yeah, it's almost exclusively runtime in the browser. It doesn't load a
I don't
CSS file.
I don't like that. Isn't that weird? Isn't that slow? Isn't that jank?
It's
Or does it work well enough for production?
Yeah, it works fine enough in production, especially if you SSR, then it will bake the styles in ahead of time and they're there. But the first paint, especially if you're in SPA first paint, that can be jank.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like having stuff happen at compile time. I just wish that I didn't have to use Babel to do that.
Yeah. Tailwind does things at compile time.
It does, and then when I want to write CSS and JS for something else, that I can't do it.
Yeah, I just use class names. It's not great, but it works.
Yeah, I I think Tailwind or Twin Macro is the best solution I've came across so far, and that's actually saying a lot because I've jumped back and forth between MUI and fucking Chakra and all that shit several times. But yeah, it's just annoying that it uses Babel. It's
The
stupid.
chakra rage confuses the shit out of me. It feels like it solves the easy part, not the important one.
Uh, yeah. I mean, the only thing I was using Chakra for basically was the fucking CSS and JS, and you could just use a motion for that if that's all you need.
Yeah. The state of styles is absolute fucking chaos right now. Tailwind just threw a huge wrench into everything, and we're recovering since.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that's it threw a good wrench into everything though, which is nice. It's good that Tailwind is really good.
I'm arguing with Aiden and Maple in chat right now.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Don't be stuck on
one more
MUI.
spicy take. This is a recent one that I'm pushing more, especially on you Svelte folks, because it feels like y'all kind of get this already. I'm beginning to think in like, given a React component, everything above the return is your logic, like your hooks, your data processing, whatever. Everything below the return is your markup. That can be styles, that can be like HTML, that can be other components that then handle their own things. But I try to treat return down as like a contained markup and above that as the logic rather than trying to like interrupt them. Like things like higher order components and shit where the return does data manip, I hate, and I want to avoid that in favor of that being the section where styles occur.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. That is, I'd say that's true in like 99% of cases, unless you need like to build like an array of components before the return, but it's pretty rare. But my thing is, if I want to just have like a fucking dialogue where there's a button that does nothing but set state open or set open false, I I can just use Svelte and just have to do bind colon open, and then it will do everything for me, and I don't have to worry about any of that state management, and it is a fucking blessing.
Interesting. I'm getting so distracted by chat now. I'm a really big fan of inline styles and I will defend them till the day I die.
Yeah, I I like inline styles as well. I don't think unless you have like some really complicated keyframes and shit, inline styles are the best.
Good shit. I think
Hey,
that yet
funny
another
you
style rant is a pretty good place to end this on. Anything
yeah.
we didn't touch on? I feel bad keeping you for literally over 3 hours, but I appreciate it immensely.
Uh, I just want to end on one more thing, which is funny you mentioned the fucking style object because this was the code that behind like this is an illustration of how far came in 2 years. This is the I damned it to you on Discord. Um, this is the code of the thing that was like my introduction to Ludwig. Uh, and it is JavaScript and it uses an inline style block for everything in this entire project. I looked through, I was like, what the fuck? Did I actually do this? Yeah, fun. This also just use next. This is Electron and like create React app, I think.
The only thing I hate here is that you're creating JSX outside of the return. I would have just mapped it, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if I knew that existed at this point, but you know. But no, I mean, you have to hate that I have a fucking style object there, and it's JavaScript, and I said React.useContext instead of just importing useContext. And
No,
well,
I don't hate any of those things.
I hate all of them now.
I honestly don't think any of those things are particularly. I wouldn't have blocked this in. Actually, I might have blocked on code review because I would have said put the badge array.map where like badge array exists here. But like inline styles, totally fine with me. I might have defined, and I wouldn't have even defined the object because then you lose the type inference. Yeah, I would do that in there. I actually am totally cool with that. And yeah, the React.useContext, I don't think it's worth importing a thing if it's only used once. Like, I like this because you have to import React anyways for this to be a valid React file, and we only are using this one thing, so React.useContext is fine. I tend to not import if I don't have more than one instance of the thing being used.
Okay, sure. I guess I was not awful back then, but I definitely wasn't comfortable enough to be great. You know, I wasn't comfortable with reaction error at this, I think.
Yeah, the only thing that's scary here is the indentation.
This is just no, it's just tabs. This is just tabs. Do you not like tabs?
I am okay with tabs. GitHub hates tabs.
Yeah, okay. Good. Because GitHub should just, what is this, 8-character tabs?
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think there's a setting for it somewhere. I don't feel like finding it. I'm sure chat's spamming me with a here's where you go to make tabs the normal size, and good for them.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's not.
Yeah, here come you can set your indentation in settings.
Wow, settings. Where's that?
Oh no, I'm leaking my email that's public. I add $TS equals. I'll do 2. That's not an equal. Yeah, that works. Cool. That's actually really cool. You put it in the URL.
That is nice.
Good shit. Good call if I said that.
Crazy.
Anyways, I think you're being too hard on your old code. If you want to see actual shit jank code, go read the source for what's it called? Fucking Chrome Tana, which was the first project I made. It was a Chrome extension to redirect Bing searches if you used Cortana on Windows. It is so bad.
Okay. Okay. I will look it up on your GitHub, which is, I assume, how you found the Outer Wilds thing. Pretty proud of that.
Yes, I was actually hunting for an asset to use for your like SVG in this view on stream ahead of time.
Oh.
People in chat are freaking out that I made Chrome Tana. That's like, it did have like 1 million installs on Chrome. I can see why people would remember that, but yeah, I made that in college. Good times.
Oh, this is funny. I have a GitHub Copilot for free because of my Among Us mod that has like 2,000 stars that I have not updated for 2 years. Very cool.
I love that. I don't know how I got it for free. I don't know which of my projects or which of the like orgs I'm in got me my free Copilot. I wish it would tell me because I'm in a bunch of shit. I want to know which it was.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have paid for it, and I would have been sad because Copilot's very nice.
I absolutely would have paid for it. Sorry, you there?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I was going to say that like I would pay for it, and somebody in chat asked if I got it from the T3 OSS. Have you seen Create T3 app, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not particularly useful for you because you assemble all the shit yourself, but for like anybody who isn't as familiar with the tech or is getting started or just wants to like start a new project correct, I'm pretty proud of what the community's built there. I didn't build fucking any of it. I just complained that it didn't exist, and the community went and built it. But it's about to hit 4K stars on GitHub in a month, and it's over 1,000 or 10,000 downloads now. It's really taken off.
Cool. Yeah, project scaffolding is harder than you think, which is why I'm now building a whole ass admin panel for mogul moves that has a a full component library and all this shit and a template for making new merch websites.
Yeah, I'm excited for that to all be open source. I'm gonna really date my Twitch knowledge here, but I can't remember the name of the project, but the original DGG like custom Twitch wrapper with its own chat and shit for Destiny's community was originally open sourced, and that became the standard that a lot of different communities use to like build their off Twitch communities. And it's really cool how quickly those open source projects in the creator world can take over.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be open source just because it's like it's from merch websites, so it's like proprietary.
That's fair.
It's a competitive advantage. I don't know. I don't like making a lot of things open source because CrewLink kind of spoiled that for me with all the fucking issues from people who made a GitHub account just to make that issue. You know what I mean?
That's fair. When your stuff's like user and viewer facing, that could be much more annoying. Like having people who are like playing a game that your tech like works with, making a GitHub account just to yell at you that they lost all their shit. Like I can't even imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least it gave me the free Copilot.
Yeah, this was a fantastic chat. I rarely run out of things to talk about, but I think we've touched on so much good shit here. I super appreciate you for taking the time to hop on. Like, seriously, this was an awesome conversation. I hope we can have more like it in the future, especially as you keep like leveling up and being part of the grind. Like, just from how much you've like learned and changed in the 6 months since we started chatting, I can't even imagine where you're going to be in a year or so.
Yeah, I hope I'm in a good place, and I thanks for what you've done for me for helping me get there for sure.
All I did was like one quick call where we were just talking about like creator tech stuff, and I showed you my stack, and you're like, "Yeah, this is interesting," and then went and learned all of it yourself. All I did was show you like 3 things.
Yeah, but you also give input on that like component factory thing that I made, which I think is cool.
I don't even remember what that was, so it was pretty simple. Like I think that it's easy, and like everybody here does it too. It's easy to assume that a lot of your like when somebody helps a little and it feels like a lot, it's easy to assume it was when it wasn't necessarily. Like if I didn't show you these things, someone else would have, and you would have found all this shit the same. I helped you get there a tiny bit faster.
Well, it was help still, and I appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. Super happy to be able to do it. And Eric maybe promised to say hi on his behalf. Shout out to him for introing us in the first place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, it was absolutely a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on here. I will open source my little talking avatar.
A lot of people in chat were excited about that, including Ping employees. So I'm sure they'll be in that source code soon. And if you see a new visualizer for voice and like graphics in Ping soon, you know where the source came from.
Yeah, it took me 5 minutes to write.
Perfect. And it'll take us like 2 weeks to rip.
All right.
Welcome to open source. Thank you again, man. Really appreciate you for stopping by.
Yeah, it was great. Talk to you later.
Peace.
Bye.
Switch to this view. We did it, y'all. What a show. So pumped that we managed to get him on. I was hopeful that convo would go well, but yeah, holy shit. That was a lot. That was a lot of really good convo. I'm so excited to get that one out on YouTube. Yeah, good shit. I hope that y'all enjoyed that even like a third as much as me, because that was a very needed stream. Needed a guest with more energy than me, and it was nice to have that. Anyways, how are y'all doing? Chat's been chaotic. I've seen some new recent favorite messages. The person who was shitting on my clickbait and my complaining, but now they watch literally every one of my videos. When you're saying my voice is delayed, which way? Is it too slow or too fast? I'm guessing Wavelink is shitting itself because Wavelink likes to shit itself recently. Wavelink. I don't even have the plugin that's slow on. If I turn it on, it gets Maybe I have to turn it off there. Weird. If I delete it. Oh, it crashes. How's the latency now? It's in sync on Twitch. Interesting. It's probably the Twitch player. That makes me feel better. Okay, I'm gonna add back my noise canceling then, because I miss it. Again. I lost my sound for a sec. Cool. There we go. All fixed. Roughly where I like it to be. Anyways. I had some topics I wanted to talk about today. I need to do something that's YouTubeable. My streams recently have not been particularly choppable. Somebody asked if I can go on a rant about like rich text frameworks like Slate. Not really. I don't have enough opinions on those things. I don't use them enough. I just like Markdown. Oh, the React file structure thing. That would be a good clippable content moment. Should probably update my YouTube thumbnail, but I'm lazy. People are just gonna have an outdated experience on YouTube. Now they're used to that. It's YouTube. React file structure probably sucks. Cool. New stream title. Let me get my laptop working. I gotta close a bunch of shit. Command Q a bunch of shit. Close. 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 Jesus Christ, I had so much shit open. It might have been faster to reboot at this rate. Good enough. The brightness up. And now, yay, screen cap worked first try. That never happens. Good shit. I want to talk about file structure in React because I saw an awful video recently. Here we are. Our good friend WebDev Simplified made a video about folder structure in React, and I think I disagree with every single point he makes in it. So we'll watch this at 1.5, and I will pause and rant throughout because this one's rough. Yeah, senior React folder structure, right? I kind of want to make that a new community meme. Like, is your folder structure senior though?
To structure your folders and files in React is quite difficult because React doesn't give you any help. They leave it entirely up to you how you want to do this structuring. So in this video, I'm going to go over 3 different examples of folder structures in React, and these are going to be for beginners.
I just realized that you're probably getting double audio because of how I have that routed. I'm so bad. Sorry, y'all.
Users. But just because a folder structure is beginner or intermediate doesn't mean
I might switch off the 1.5 because that's a little aggressive for this video.
it's less good than the...
It's popping. Why the fuck is it popping? I'm hearing it crystal clear for once. Like, for the first time ever, audio's working fine for me monitoring. Fucking Christ. Looks like we're going back to the watching it on the Windows computer and window capturing. Hate the solution, but at least fucking works. Game cap. Oh no, y'all are seeing my dashboard where you can see I only have 743 subscribers right now. We were about to break 1,000, y'all. What happened? Obviously, huge shout out to the gifters who got us over 600 where we were before the stream started. So shout out to everybody who's been contributing, but man, our sub count is dwindling. I'm trying to find this video the easiest way. I'll just history it. Cool. Hopefully I can switch over that window and this will just work. Cool. Let's make that a little mini player. I want theater mode. Cool. That's as good as
folders
this is
and files in React is quite difficult because React doesn't give you any help. They leave it entirely up to you how you want to do this structuring. So in this video, I'm going to go over 3 different examples of folder structures in React, and these are going to be for beginner, intermediate, and advanced users. But just because a folder structure is beginner or intermediate doesn't mean it's less good than the advanced version. For example, smaller projects definitely benefit from these more beginner approaches to folder structuring, while larger enterprise-style applications are going to benefit from the advanced section. Welcome back to Web Dev Simplified. My name is Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner, and today we're talking all about React folder structures. Now to get started, I'm going to be covering the beginner-focused project layout.
Guys, we're 46 seconds in, and y'all are distracting me with, like, the worst questions in chat. Fuck. I have to go on a quick side rant. How do you deal with a coworker who makes spelling mistakes in 80% of their commits? It's not in the code. Why the fuck do you care? Squash. If you really care, go squash. Commits are not where you should be reading. Like, there are a few things I give less of a shit about than commit messages. I actually don't care. It's not OCD compliant. Cool. That sounds like your problem. Not theirs. Yeah, yeah, my commit messages are where I go to vent, not where I go to spell correctly. Like, come on. I couldn't give less of a fuck. Do whatever you want in the commit messages.
Then we're going to go into intermediate, and then we're going to go into the advanced one. But like I said at the beginning, make sure you watch each one because smaller projects definitely benefit from a simpler, more beginner-focused approach. Now, for most people when they get started in React, their source folder is going to look something like this. And the whole crux of this video is going to be focused entirely on this source folder because really all the other components like your public folder, your node modules, and any package.json and ESLint files, those are going to be very project dependent. But this
I hate this layout so much. There are so many things and there's so little hierarchy.
source folder is where all of your main code is going to go. And you see here that we have 3 main folders inside of the project. We have a components folder, we have a hooks folder, and a tests folder. And this is very indicative of lots of React projects. They just shove all their components inside the components folder, any hooks that you have go in this hooks folder, and then everything else just kind of sits inside the source folder. So you can see we have like utility functions like format date, format currency, we have our CSS inside of here, and inside this components folder you can see we have components for everything from like a simple button all the way to more complex things like a form input or like the new to-do modal or a nav bar. So everything from like super complex things like the entire home page all the way to simple things like a single button are going to be inside of this one.
I hate this so much. Do y'all understand what I put myself through for your content? My head hurts from how hard it just hit my desk. Group your concerns by the concern, not by the rough technical concept. Keep ranting.
Folder. And when you're working with a smaller project, like a simple to-do list like that, this project that's just a simple to-do list, it's fine. You only have, 10, 20 components. They can all fit inside of this components folder, and it's pretty easy to understand what's going on. Also, you can see we have our hooks separated out, which is just kind of a handy feature to have all your hooks in one place to make it easy to reference those in your components, and that way you know which are components and which things are hooks. Now, this is, like I said, good for smaller projects, but as you start to scale up, this components folder is going to get really unruly because you're going to have so many components shoved into this one single folder.
I'm not jealous of his hair. I'm upset that somebody can have such good organization of hair and such bad organization of everything else.
It's going to be hard to know what are pages, what are small components, what are stateful components, presentation components. So with all of your components in one place, it's hard to distinguish what is what. Also, you'll notice we only have a couple folders. So things like our format currency and format date, these are like library methods or util methods. These are all shoved inside of our source folder. And if you get a lot of utilities, such as tons of different formatters and different things like that, this source folder is going to become very large very quickly, which is a huge mess to work with. Another important thing to note is also our context is in here. So our to-do context is inside this source folder, and our test folder here contains test for everything all in one folder. So you can see we have our test for all of our components, our test for our hooks, and so on. You can imagine there's more tests inside these folders. But this is one thing that I see in a lot of beginner focused projects is they put
I don't even have words.
components. Utilities, such as tons of different formatters and different things like one thing that I see in a lot of beginner focused projects is they put all their test code in one location and then all the rest of their code in a different location. So it's kind of hard to know which tests are associated with which files because you have to go into all this different nesting, and your tests are not anywhere near your components. So if you have test, it's generally better to put them next to the actual code that it's testing. So it'd be better to have your test in this components folder or in this hooks folder, for example. But again, since this is such a small project, it's fine because there's only 20, 30 files total, so it doesn't really matter that they're laid out like this. And when I'm making small, little to-do list applications and so on, this is how I format my code generally. But let's say you want to step it up to the next level to a slightly more advanced project, not super large, but still quite a bit large.
To everybody in chat asking, no, he's not highlighting the don'ts. He's highlighting the here's how you should do it until your project's more complex
than this toy application. To do that, you're going to want to jump up to an intermediate level code structure like we have here. As you can see, the first thing that immediately jumps out is we have a lot more folders, and also there's a lot less files inside of our source folder that aren't in a different folder. And this does two.
I'm going to forget to ask for this link later, so I'm going to do it now. A while back on Discord, somebody linked a website about file structure that was literally just like a Dan Abramov tweet embedded with a really good URL that I can't remember. If somebody can find that and share the URL in chat, I would really appreciate you. React file structure.surge.sh. You were fucking lightning fast. Good shit, Chris.
Two things for us. First, it helps separate out all of our different concerns here. So we have assets, components, context, data, hooks, pages, utils. So we can separate out all of our files. And also it makes it so our source folder is a lot cleaner. When we open it up, we just have a few really basic files that have to do with our index and app page. And all the rest of the entire code for our application is inside of these folders. Now, first I want to go through the folders that are new, and then I'm going to go through the older folders as well. So the first new folder we have is an assets folder. This contains things like images, SVG.
You heard it here first, guys. Asset folders are only for advanced projects. Sorry, intermediate projects. Beginner projects can't have assets.
Global CSS, any type of asset that you're importing that's not actual JavaScript code, that's going to go in the assets folder. Pretty self-explanatory, but it's great to have this folder because it means you can store all of those files in one location so they're easy to access wherever you need them. Next, we're going to go down to our context folder. This folder here has our auth context, or just any context you can think of. So anytime that you have a context that you want to have, just put it inside of this context folder right here. Also, you'll notice inside of these folders, I have the test directly there. So my test file for this auth context is directly inside this test folder. And that's going to be for every single one of my different folders. I'm going to have the test directly inside the folder for those tests, so they're as close as possible to the file it's testing. Next, we're going to go down to a data folder. This is a folder that's great for containing any JSON data that you have. So if you have a store, for example, you might have a store JSON file.
Good take.
Or maybe you have some constant variables that don't change. You can store all those in this data file or this data folder. Super convenient. Hooks folder, this is exactly the same as before, but now we have our test localized inside this folder. This page is what I'm going to skip over real quick.
This is going to hurt me. I'm just going to go to the advanced so I can bitch more.
Called features. There's a few additional folders, but this features folder is the most important. Now we're going to cover all of the folders here, but this features one is the one you want to keep in your mind as the most important. And we have our assets folder, that's the same. We have our components folder, exactly the same. Context folder, again, the same. Data folder, the same. Skip features for now, go into hooks, which is also the same. We have this new layouts folder, which is specifically for components that deal with laying things out. So like nav bars, sidebars, footers, those kinds of things that are used across a lot of components and a lot of pages. That's what this layouts folder is for. This is optional. If you don't have that many layouts, just put them in your components folder and it's fine. But if you have a page with lots of complex layouts, using a layouts folder is really helpful. Now we have this lib folder. This lib folder is really important because in most projects you're going to build, especially larger projects, you're going to pull in a lot of third-party libraries. Whether you're using like Fetch, which is built into the browser, you're using Axios, or any other third-party library, you're going to want to implement that in your code. And generally, you're going to put that in many places in your code. But what if you need to update the version of that library? Well, now
lib/fetch.js with a test folder dedicated to it says all you should need to know about this. I'm beside myself. I don't think I can watch this video any further, especially since I've already watched it on 2x speed on my own time. I hate all of this. Every single point he makes in this video is wrong, out of place, misunderstood, and or just bad. So we're going to talk about how React themselves, how like the core React team recommends doing this. I'm actually going to switch back to my laptop so I can screen share the way I like to. Let's grab, oh, I'm sorry if that did the awful audio thing. It shouldn't have because I muted it, but twitch.tv/PopOutTheo. And more importantly, I need to go to React files structure. React file structure .surge.sh. I'm kind of covering it, but it says move files around until it feels right. And it has a link here to This Is Not a Joke, which is a Dan Abramov tweet. Oh no, my DMs. I think beginners don't know how anything feels and they want a guideline. It is a guideline though. I guess he deleted the original tweet that this is being replied to. It means literally start by putting everything in one file. When it feels like that's annoying, start splitting them up. When that gets annoying, maybe add some folders. What a crazy take. It should be this simple. Like, write a file, put things in it, and when it gets messy or otherwise feels bad, move things. Like, it does not need to be that hard. Let's look at, I wish there was an easy way on GitHub to look at like the history of file structure on a repo without just like going to old commits and new commits. I'll just period key it for now. So here's Zapdos. This is the project I worked on stream a few times ago. The file structure's fine. It's not great, but it like works. So we have source. It's loading. And in here, about half of these things were made by Create T3 app and are probably good. We have assets, which is my loading asset. I could probably put that in public, but I'm importing it so it's inlined. I prefer to put assets in public when you can, but for things that are imported like SVGs, it is nice to have them in code. I have components. These are two things that are, the reason I abstracted these was not because I wanted to. Specifically my questions, I did not want this to be its own file. I wanted this to be inside of index.tsx, but it couldn't be because I want it to be client side only. And I don't want any of its code to even be instantiated until it's been imported and used here. So in this case, I made a component file exclusively to get the question view with SSR false. That's the only reason this was broken out. And for the embed, it's the same. I didn't want this to exist until it's been imported separately. To anybody who says this is just the intermediate structure from the video, fuck off. We're still like very at the beginning of this. Pay a little attention. So pages, this directory, is a Next.js structure that defines the routing in my application. When I make a separate file in here, when I make pages/embed/UID, this is a new URL in my code base. This is a new route that users can go to just by putting the file here. If I want to make a new page, let's say I want to make /help, I have to make a new file because it's a new page in the application. And if I export const or export default function return div help page, I just made a new page in my app. I don't have to import anything anywhere. I don't have to worry about hierarchy. I don't have to like code things. This file's placement defines a behavior. This is not a pattern that makes sense for a lot of things, like which place in your file structure triggers which like page being rendered or which behavior occurs is not a thing that you should think about often. But for file-based routing, it's the one exception where you should do that because it's literally like the point. Now, components, as I said, we broke out 2 components because I had to. If I didn't have to, this folder would not exist because it doesn't need to, because the components in here are 38 lines of code. And even then, there's 2 components in this file. I have a browser embed view core and a browser view embed because you don't need one file per component. Most of the files in here that define a component define way more than one component. So this homepage one has a nav buttons component, has a home contents component, and has a home component, and it has a GSSP, it's not a component, but it has 3 components in it in one file. This is not the structure we were just looking at. This is the most minimal thing, and we add parts as we need them. There's another file in here, server, because this repo also contains my entire backend and still has a simpler development story. Make that a bit bigger. Styles is almost empty. I have my global CSS with the Tailwind bindings. If this could be inferred, I wouldn't have it at all, but it's fine. And I have a type definition for my custom next auth type def. I would prefer not have that, but you have to. And then I have a utils for pusher and TRPC. This could be renamed like, what did he name it? Like libs or something, but this is external stuff, like different clients. I think that having a different name could be fine. But holy fucking shit, how is anybody saying this is not simpler and easier to work with? Do I have to roast chat? I have never seen so many stupid mistakes, like stupid misunderstandings and intentional not getting it ever. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm just gonna not pay attention to chat. I'm hiding, y'all. You're pissing me off. Anyways, let's look at something more complex. I'm going to, I can't even hit the hotkeys when I'm in this view. I forgot about that. Show toolbar. We're going to go to things I probably shouldn't show, but I don't really care. We're going to go to the ping code base. I have to do that and then that. Cool. This will take a bit longer to load because there's a lot of shit. So here is a giant code base that's file structure is okay. It's not great. It's okay. But I want to point out like specifically how our file structure has changed over time based on how our needs have changed. So I have not too big a difference here in terms of the number of folders. I have a constants, which has like our environment variables similar to what we're doing in Create T3 app. Assets, which is specifically assets that we want loaded in code, not things in public. Public has way more shit, as it probably should. We have our backend folder with all our backend stuff. I have blog, which is mostly the markdown for the blog stuff. I wanted to keep that isolated but accessible. Could have put it in a subdirectory, but I couldn't find one it felt like it fit in. Client data, this is all the weird client data shit. I only have a context folder because these contexts are heavily reused and it's only the device manager one that is. So I actually might move this. Generally, I don't like putting contexts under a thing called context, because more often than not, a context is owned by the component mounting it. It should probably live right there. But since this context is mounted in a lot of different places, it uniquely needs to be abstracted so it's reusable. Hotkeys, I couldn't think of a better place to put it. Should probably put under a util somewhere. Local storage kind of makes sense because it's data. Types, again, didn't have anywhere good to put this one. What is this even doing? Oh, yeah, this is in a really bad place. I should move that somewhere else. I hate types folders, and I do them too often and pretty poorly. And here's a bunch of random utils that are reused. Generally, I don't abstract a util unless it's used in more than one place. I try to keep them in the file that they're being used in until they need to be used in other places. Then components. You'll notice that components and pages are going to have a pretty similar structure because generally speaking, we try to keep the page components pretty minimal. So here's the home page of Ping. It just handles core layout concerns, nothing else. And it mounts the app head and the landing. And then these are in the abstracted components directory because most of them are being reused. But for a page that's more boring and self-contained, like page not found. Oh, we even abstracted that. I don't know if I care that we did that 5 months ago. I don't think I would have abstracted this now. I don't think that was necessary. There's a lot of unnecessary abstraction in some of these pages, but it's a thing we committed to and it's fine. Generally though, like our components directories here are pretty boring. Like the call component, this one used to be chaotic. This one was previously almost 1,000 lines of code and we let it be because it was fine. Like it was nicer to have everything in one place, but then it started to get kind of painful to maintain and work with. So I said, fuck this. We shouldn't do it this way anymore. So I broke it into however many files we have here. But previously, this was a very big file that kept getting bigger. So we broke it down and now it's a bunch of files that are not absurdly big. And that was a decision we made because the single file we had was too big. So we cut it down a bit. Generally, a lot of the like file breaks that we make, like when we make a new folder or we make a new file, it's for one of two reasons. Reason one, things are getting unwieldy, like just annoying to deal with because things are too complex. Or reason two, I have a boundary that I want to like lazy load or SSR or have those types of behaviors where the file break has a behavior that I want. Like in next, a new page file is a new route, or in here, a react.lazy exporting this to root means that I can load this in only on client, not on server, which is a behavior I want here. Those types of things are only done when we run into the problems. Until then, everything tends to just be in the same file. There's a lot of utils that I like write. I'm going to try and find a simple example. I'm sure we have. Surprise message doesn't have any. But even like, here's the chat room file. This one we haven't broken up yet because we haven't needed to. 355 lines. We have like 7 different components in here. That's fine. Doesn't matter. We don't care. I do have a custom hook in here. Use chat manager. This is a custom hook that is only used in this component. So I didn't put it in a hooks directory because I don't fucking care. It's here. It works. It does what it needs to. It is only used here. It's not even exported. Why would I create file boundaries when this thing solves a problem in this file? There's no reason to break the stuff apart until you have a reason to break the stuff apart. Like, prescribed file structures are the most dumb, painful thing I don't get. Like, if a file structure is causing a problem or making things harder to understand, deal with it. And I guess tests. I don't want to restructure my code to make it more testable. Find that stuff frustrating, but probably an okay reason. Not the best, but like if you need to break up things into different files so you can test it more easily, fine. Beyond that, I don't care. Like, file structure firmly falls under one of those under the category of the less I have to think about it, the better. And once you're prescribing like a structure for it, fuck off. One of the like biggest like things I pushed for at Twitch. In the class component era, they had a lint rule that was 1 component per file. I wonder if that lint rule still exists. View all 1 component per file ESLint. Yep. This rule should be burned. This rule should be lit on fire. I guarantee this exists in the Airbnb lint rules, because Airbnb's lint rules are like a textbook guide of how to write a shitty code base. Ignore those lint rules entirely if you can. God, I don't know if y'all know this about me, but Airbnb and Atlassian are like my golden examples of how to not code. Yeah. Yeah, I'm annoyed. This feels like a thing that should be very simple and people keep making very complex. Why do I have this separated? I guarantee, I'm opening this file. I'm like, why is this so small? Why is this file so tiny? I guarantee if I search for this, that it's either not being used, which looks like it might be the case. Shoot, it might be a lazy. Components/chat/pop out. Yeah, it's a lazy import. See? Whenever I have a file where it's like, why does this exist? Why did I break this out into a file? It's because I'm SSR falsing it somewhere. It's the only time I ever care. Honestly, if I could in a component say, hey, SSR false on the component level without it like fucking up the hook hierarchy and things, I probably wouldn't break these files out either. God, chat is pissing me off today. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm going on a sub rant because one of these messages was particularly bad, and I think that people will benefit from knowing why this was so bad. Here. But Airbnb and Atlassian are pretty successful. I bet their code bases are pretty big. Maybe give them some benefit of the doubt. Did you know that in the terms of service for Jira, you're explicitly not allowed, like very, very explicitly, not allowed to benchmark Jira if you're paying for it? If you measure how slow Jira is and share that publicly, you are now risking having your license pulled because they are so fucking scared of the performance of Jira being a publicly known thing. When I loaded my Jira dashboard at Twitch, it took 2.5 fucking minutes. But yeah, sure, their file structure is fine. No, they are incompetent at engineering. Know the difference. It's important. Based. Thank you for linking this. More? Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the thing that I hated most about the stupid video we were watching, this guy, is that it's structured based on arbitrary concepts, not your app, not on your needs of the thing you're building. Every application is so different that structuring based on which concepts are where makes no sense. Like putting, the one that pissed me off the most was when he put like contexts in their own folder. Yeah. What? Context is a React thing. It's not your app's thing. These are not how my app is abstracted and constructed. These are how React is abstracted and constructed. Don't structure your file system around React features. Structure your file system around your application's features. Jesus Christ. You're building an app, not a framework. Stop pretending your app's a framework. Nat said you were saying earlier that your folder structures around your current project. No, that's exactly what I'm saying here. Build your file structure around the needs for your project, around the features you're building, around the problems you're running into, around the file you're working in being too big and having to be broken out because it's too complex. Y'all are like, most of you get it. And I feel bad for shouting at the people in chat who don't, but like, you're entirely correct with the way you put that. It's structure your application based on your needs, based on your application's needs. My favorite thing that never happened that I wish could have succeeded is this project that's since like super dead. Benawad, the YouTube content creator, had this fantastic idea of, what if I didn't think about the file structure? I imported things, I used things, and the file structure figures itself out based on my code. Yes, please give me this. I never want to think about these things again. Please. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's 2 years old, but man, if this got to a good point, that's what I would use. I don't want to have opinions about my file structure. I want to build apps. I want to build solutions for my users' problems. I don't want to figure out which folder makes the most sense based on which React features this current button's going to use. Oh, this button needs to hit a context. That means I need to put it in this directory. No, what the fuck? I'm in the file that the button's in. Can I just write it here? Somebody asked about where I put type defs. That's actually a good question. Where was that one? Here. Where do you put type defs? Where they're used. So let's say I have a component. Let's say I have this chat component and it takes props. Oh, it does. Look at that. I define them right here. Let's say these props are being used in 2 different components in this file. Type reused chat props equals that. Then I drop this here. And const other chat component react.fc reused chat props. Cool. If these props are being reused in multiple files, maybe I'll abstract it. Maybe, but probably not. Like, almost definitely not, honestly. Like, I find that things like type definitions tend to be very hierarchical, where if let's say I have a child component, I might even, we have, if I go to chat pop-out wrapper, this has a type here. Let's say this type is necessary in the parent because we want to like share this type all the way down to the subcomponent from the parent that's mounting it. We can export type chat wrapper props equals this guy. Use it. Missed that. And now in the parent where we're actually using this guy here, import type from nice. And now I can reuse this here. And now I know confidently that I can lazy chat props because the props are the same. And I know that's going to work. I can confidently, I guess I don't have TypeScript server working in here because it's in the browser, but like, I know that's going to work because the props that this receives are using the type def from the component I'm mounting. The important detail here is I'm importing the type def and the component from the same place because that's where the concern ends. I only care about this type because this component's mounted here. So these two share a location of concern. Their home should be the same too. This only is necessary because this component exists. These things should be tied together. I don't get why we keep making all these different like patterns and defining files and all this shit for something that describes the code in the same file. These props are properties that this component needs. So these properties should be defined where this component is. I use React FC. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's fine. Atomic design patterns depends on so much shit. Is it good practice to keep your page file minimal and import page as a component? It's not a good pattern. It's a pattern. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I think people care too much. Like, we're doing that at Ping mostly, but it doesn't matter. I have big page files. I have small page files. If having a big page file is causing problems or is being annoying, or you need to break something off to disable SSR, do it then. Didn't use context to grab the context provider. I don't even know where I was grabbing a context provider in there. More, you have a problem with predefined patterns. I'm curious what you mean by that, or who you're referring to, if not me. Basically, no structure until you need a structure. Yeah, it's totally agree. Oh, God. Oh, God. Thank you for sharing this gore. Fuck. Not safe for work warning. I mean, I guess, technically speaking, very safe for work. Like, this might get you a promotion, depending on where the fuck you're working. This would get you a promotion at Airbnb for sure. And at Atlassian, you're already a director if you're writing code like this. $2,000 ennies. I am so sorry. I shouldn't be clicking random people's images anymore. With this, like, is this bad? I would ask why you're doing it. I personally like file name 1, file name 2, file name 3 are bad names. If that was like /chat/nav and those types of things, I would rather import from the named place and not import 5 things from one place just for fun. I don't think this is necessary most of the time I see it, but it absolutely can be helpful sometimes. So I'm not going to say this is bad, don't do it. I'm going to say think about the reason you're doing it, and you might find barrel file is a good use or word for that, Maple. I find that I don't need barrel files very often. They're kind of nice for UI libraries to have, like, at components/UI includes button and drop down and all those other things, but it's not great. I like you, Natty Time. We are very aligned on all this. In a large team, changing the structure is almost impossible. I don't necessarily agree. I think that pre-TypeScript, yes. New way of framing this. Pre-TypeScript, having a predefined folder structure ahead of time was probably more valuable. I mean, it was more valuable, because moving things around after the fact means shit's gonna break in really unpredictable ways. With TypeScript, you get type errors if you move things places they don't belong, or imports aren't working the way they used to. Like, if you redo your folder structure, you will get a lot of errors if you make mistakes in a TypeScript code base. And that difference alone, I think, makes these types of changes viable, regardless of the size of your code base. Storybook gets worse as the project gets larger, not better. Really good question. I need to make some content about how to learn. I'm not going to make tutorials because fuck tutorials. I just don't enjoy doing them. But I would, if you can, when you go through the beta React docs, use TypeScript in your editor while following along with the React like tutorial. And if that's too much and like you're running into a lot of problems, Google search them, talk to people like us in our community. And if at that point it's just TypeScript's getting in the way, drop it and use JavaScript till you're familiar with React. I think React is the more important thing to learn. TypeScript's the more important thing to use. But if you run into problems using TS as you learn React, then drop TS, focus on React, and then pick it back up after. So TLDR, use TypeScript as you learn React until it gets in the way. If it does, drop it. If it doesn't, cool. You just learn 2 things at once. Hope that answers your question. Large teams have not... If a code base isn't made it to TypeScript yet, that should be priority 1, not a new folder structure. Like, fix that. A fundamental understanding of JS helps. I don't think it's that essential. I think that React is JS-y enough that the amount of productivity you'll feel just blasting through the beta React docs is so powerful that starting there and then learning more of the basics and then learning more TypeScript and then learning like Next.js and then learning those other things. Oh, for understanding TypeScript. Yeah. I wish there was a good start JS with TS tutorial, like a JavaScript tutorial that uses TypeScript but doesn't mention TypeScript until multiple hours in. I think that would be really valuable, where it treats TypeScript literally just as red squiggly line error code, like error corrections during your JS, and then slowly after the fact introduces you to, hey, by the way, this is TypeScript that you're using. These things after the colon that we were telling you to ignore, they actually mean things. Cool. I think I covered this topic pretty exhaustively. File structure does not need to be so hard. Move things around until it feels good and use TypeScript so you can move things around. End rant. Thank you, Odez, for this edit. I should do a quick, like, one of the fancy outros for my YouTube video. So my stream's not over. We're still here. We're still hanging out. I'm doing an outro for my VOD, or for my video later, so don't think the stream's ending when I talk as though it's ending. Just hang out, y'all. Gonna hide the overlay so it's easier to cut. Hope y'all learned something about file structure here. I think it's important to structure things based less on how some other person tells you to and more on the application you're building and your needs. Put what feels right where it feels right. And please, for the love of God, use TypeScript so you can move things around later. Like, the problem here is one of JavaScript, meaning you have to decide ahead of time, not one of these file structures are going to help you move faster. So yeah, seriously, just put your shit in one file and then move it when that doesn't work anymore. It is that simple. I'm tired of people pretending this stuff, like, to be a senior, you need 100 files per project. No, there's no such thing as senior file structure. What the shit? Cut the shit, go build something cool, sub to my channel because less than half of you guys are subscribed. Fix that. And come watch on Twitch when we stream on Twitch, which is once a week, every Wednesday around 1 p.m. PT. So hang out if you can. Stop by, twitch.tv/Theo. Thank you again. And huge shout out to Des for staying on top of the channel so I don't have to worry about it. Cool. Rant's done. That was an outro. I'm still here, guys. Thanks for hanging out for the YouTube thing. We're still streaming. That was just the outro for that. I should grab a beer, go on one more rant, and then wrap up, though, because I am supposed to be doing things at 6. I don't know if y'all are trolling with the thank you, good night shit, but yeah. I do see my numbers go down whenever I do one of those, because people will assume I'm actually ending, which is always fun. You know what I'm going to do? Can I open this Notion doc without leaking things? Let me hide this for 1 second so I can make sure I don't accidentally leak things. Add another account. Continue. Cool. I can leak or show this without leaking now. So here's my content plan doc. This is what I use to like figure out what I'm going to rant about and do the rants. So we did this one. That means we can make a VOD of it. So a lot of things here I want to talk about. The 2 stream are ones that I've already like agreed I'm going to do eventually. So yeah, if y'all have opinions on the things that are to stream that I haven't streamed yet, not the concept. Concept means I haven't decided if I'm doing it or not, and I'm still planning. But the 2 streams, I'll let y'all sit on this and think about it when I go grab my beer and smoke quick. Actually, I can reduce this down a bit. I will make a poll quick. Let's do that. Sorry for if the option you want doesn't get included. The storybook rant is pretty short, so I think it's going to be like a YouTube short or something. What to rant about next? I'm just going to open this on here so I can see it on my computer. Data fetching in React. You're doing auth wrong. State management in React. What is reliability? And yeah, I think that's of these are the ones I want to possibly talk about today. So I'll make this a 3-minute poll so I have a little more time. Honestly, I'm slowly coming around to Amplify. I need to use it, but it seems fine. Y'all figure out what we're doing next. Oh, it looks like Auth is a strong winner here, but regardless, BRB. Sorry, state management nerds. We're talking about Auth, it seems like. Very good to know for the future stuff. I already did the storybook rant. It's in a VOD somewhere. I'll post the clip eventually. TLDR, storybook's really good for UI libraries. Like if you were building MUI or something, sure, use it for that. It is terrible for testing user-facing apps, and it is a scourge on application development. Keep it out of my apps. God, please. Aiden, remind me to DM you. I have a long reliability story to tell. Well, I like REST. I'm actually pretty cool with REST. Yeah, and I will say on behalf of Aiden, he might not be a T3 stack person compared to all of us, but goddamn, he has some of the best like problems that our tech cannot solve in the slightest. Like the way we build things and the problems Aiden has just, there's no overlap there. Those are two different worlds we're talking about. So yeah, the things he uses and the reason he uses them are all good. Don't worry about them. Oh, you redeemed some point stuff. I'm sorry. I am so behind on that. I owe people cat. My cat just ran out. Fuck. I'll grab a cat after this next rant. I'm sorry that I've been bad about that. I also owe somebody a timeout. Timeout. I need to set that up automatically. Speaking of which, Aiden, any chance we're going to get channel point support in Fossabot? Because if I could link one of my channel point rewards to a timeout command, that would make my life much easier. Anyways. Oh, yeah. Fair. Things are so complex in Fossa, and even more so. Yeah, I can help with that stuff. I'm sure Bryn would be down as well. Like Ping would be down to help clean up Fossabot if that's a thing you're interested in. Anyways. I have to complain about Auth because I'm tired of getting dumb Auth questions. I shouldn't say dumb. They're regular enough now that it feels unfair to call them dumb because they're very common. I'll say frustrating Auth problems. So we're going to start with a fun question. What is Auth? I think that when we talk about Auth, we tend to talk about things that aren't actually authentication. We talk a lot about different packages. We talk a lot about like contexts that contain piles of data that describe who a user is. But Auth is two things, neither of which are a package, neither of which are state, neither of which are the user or any of those things. It's authentication and authorization. Authentication is who is this person and are they actually them? And authorization is can they do this thing or not? Now, the next question. I think this is where people tend to get lost. Where does Auth happen? I won't answer this yet. Do y'all know where Auth happens, chat? Yep, y'all get it. The server. So, I could go on a side rant here of why does everybody keep asking me how they do Auth in their React app? But I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're going to talk about how to frame Auth in a way that makes sense. Auth is a thing that I can show chat again. Yeah, y'all are being nice now. I'll bring chat back. So, Auth is a thing that happens on a server, ideally on a request. I'll add that. Ideally on a request. So, why? I guess ideally is a bad thing to put there. Yeah, you're right. That's the server on requests. I'll even put that in parens to make it read a little more smoothly. The reason I think this is important is the place where auth occurs and the thing that like determines if a user's action should work or not. Like when I click a button that's ban user, that button should work if the server validates I am me, I own the room, and I have the authorization to ban a user. It has to authenticate me as me and authorize me to do. But those are both things that happen on a server. So now the question that tends to come up is, but what about the client? Well, conveniently, clients make requests, which is very convenient because requests can be authenticated and authorized, which means to get auth on your client, you should make a request. Gigabrain moment. Crazy, I know, groundbreaking shit here, but if you need to know who the user is, don't look at local storage, don't look at a context, make a goddamn request. So how do I'll just keep copy pasting this because it's easier. So how do I know who the user is in React? Make a request. /API/current or /me or /API/current user. And those in like next, for example, would just be a TypeScript file in your API directory that returns the session based on the headers. Now you have a way to request who you are. And ideally, since this is a problem that the community around React has solved very well, you can share that session data through a context, through React query, through those types of things very well. But in order for these requests to be authenticated and authorized, you probably need a token of some form, which is a cookie. So using a library like NextAuth or RemixAuth at that point makes sense to put a secure cookie in, because a secure cookie will be on every request to the same TLD that the cookie was established on, and it will not be accessible from JavaScript. The reason things like local storage are bad is it is not synchronized to the server, it is not validated, and it is fully accessible by external JavaScript. So if you stored the auth token in local storage, someone could rip that, replace it, and do all sorts of things with it, whereas even as like a Chrome extension or a virus, whereas in a secure auth cookie, that data is not accessible. Yeah, so use a cookie to authorize or to authenticate a user, and then use your database to authorize their behaviors. So the flow of when a user like makes a connection, I'll say user opens, I'll make this smaller. User opens page for first time. User signs in. Fires request. I guess this should fires request to server that returns with a secure cookie. Client, I'm going to move this because it's annoying me where it's located. Client stores that secure cookie in a way that can't be accessed by your JavaScript and other things. And then from here on, all requests to the server will include that cookie. So we'll call this the getting authenticated flow. This is the flow a user goes through the first time they authenticate. So let's look at the authorizing user flow. User, God damn it, I hate when the arrows get linked to things. I'm sure there's a hotkey to delink things, but I don't know what it is. So user makes request for data. Server receives request and parses cookie from it. Server checks if cookie is, or checks what user cookie is for. Server checks if user from here is authorized for this action. And then finally, the server returns if auth, errors if not. So when you want to do things like get the user's profile picture, request that. When you want things like if this user has access to this page, request it. The client is not where you determine what the user should be able to do. You should make a request, and if the request comes back with, and then based on the data you get back, do a different thing. So if you request a call page for ping, you try to join a call, and the response is an auth error, redirect to a login page saying, hey, you have to be logged in to access this, log in, and then redirect them back to that page where the request will happen again. And if they're authenticated to or authorized to join the room, a join button appears. If they're not authorized to join the room, a request to join button appears. And those behaviors are things that we decide on as we build our applications post auth. But authorization is a thing the server does when we make a request, and then based on that response, we do a different thing. This isn't a thing that we worry about in React. This isn't a thing that we write a bunch of JavaScript in our context providers and shit around. Your auth provider should be incredibly dumb. It should have, are you authed or not? And if you're using like a session with some basic info like username and shit, you can have that on it. Fine. I prefer for it to not. I like those things to come from the server when they can, but like whatever. Those values are not the point of auth, though. The point of auth is confirming you are who we think you are and confirming what you can and can't do based on who you are. All these other things, like how do I get my user's profile picture? How do I get my friend list? Those are not auth problems. The auth is the thing you do before you solve that problem. I see a bunch of people bringing up JWTs. I think JWTs fuck up this model in a lot of weird ways that can be annoying to like communicate and understand. For the sake of this, we're going to pretend JWTs don't exist. If you do use them, please, for the love of God, put as little in them as you can. It's so easy to blow up a JWT with a ton of shit, and now every single request has this giant blob in it. Don't do that, please. Just request the thing you need when you need it. How do I gate an application? Great question, elders. I make a request to a page, and if you're not authorized, I reject it. Let's do this in Zapdos quick, actually, because I have this code base, and it's simple enough. cd Zapdos. Cool. Let's say instead of... So right now on the home page, I have... is this the home page? Cool, yeah. So on the home page now, I have a check really early on that is... let's find it. Here it is. Data is use session. If no data, return login. Otherwise, we return the actual app, but we don't return the actual view otherwise. What we could do instead if we wanted to, like let's say I have a separate /login page. I'll just make this quick. Login.ts, that should be TSX. Export const, or export default. I can't type for shit. Return div login page. This needs a name, login page. Cool. Now we have this. And what we can do in here in the server-side props. And again, get server-side props. This is a function that runs on the server when you load the page. Const session equals, yeah, this is, I think it just needs context. Cool. This is like a custom function I wrote that literally just wraps the unstable get server session from next auth. So this on the server requests the session via DB. Now we have session. If no session, return redirect. This is, I don't actually have this typed properly. Will this Copilot save me here? Cool. Redirect /login. Why is this mad? Oh, because I'm not returning the session here. Now why is it mad? Oh, because props has to be something in here. Cool. Now if I npm run dev, localhost 3000, that should be redirecting me. Is this coming back as something? That's server code. Yes, that's just null. That should be redirecting. What am I doing wrong? Is redirect an object? If so, that's dumb. Yep. Fucking Christ. Well, that type error was useless. Cool. Now it redirects to login when you're not logged in. Thank you for that. Remember that thing I said about how Next.js's type defs are shit? Yeah. Anyways. Login page. This page now loads whenever you're not logged in. And if I was to comment this out quick and sign in, because I don't feel like building the actual login page. And I sign in here quick. Now if I put this code back, it's still going to load because the server checked if I'm auth, and it redirects you to a different page if you're not. But again, to like go back to the diagram, when the user makes a request, the request comes in here on get server side props. That's what context is. It's the request and the response objects. The session is fetched using the metadata from this request, specifically using the cookie from the request header. That is checked and hashed and shit against my database to get a user if this is a valid token for a valid user, and I get back null if it's not. And now I have a session, or I don't. If I don't have a session, I say, you don't have a session, go to the login page. If you do have a session, I return the session. It's that simple. Like, ta-da. I hope that this one is helpful. I know this is a bit newbier than a lot of the stuff I normally talk about, but I keep seeing the same auth questions coming up over and over again. And almost all of them are this weird understanding that like that auth is how you figure out who the user's friends are on client. And it's not. Auth is how the request is processed, and the result of that request is based on if a user's authed or not. But auth is a thing that happens during a request, and I find most of the auth questions that I've been getting aren't authorization questions or authentication questions. They are data request flow questions disguised as an auth question because people keep on bunching all these other problems into auth. So somebody else asked, did the screen share work? Let me switch back to here. What if you have a ban user button that's only visible to or for mods, not for regular users? Cool. Get that data. We can make an endpoint. Like, y'all know how TRPC works. Let's do it quick. API, TRPC. No, I think it's actually in server, router, subroute. So let's do subroute user.ts. I will yoink this guy just so I have a starting point. Rename this to new user or just user router. Doesn't need to start with new anymore. And me. Protected procedure.query. Cool. Nice and easy. So here we already have the session because we get the session by default as part of as part of the template that we're using for like create T3 app. The context will include session. And since I'm using the protected procedure, this will throw earlier if we don't have one already. So just by getting this far, I know that this session user exists. So this already will return the session user. But let's say we have an imaginary database field, like I'll even make it real. Let's do it quick. I will add to DB a new field that we will call role. And I will enum role admin user. Cool. Role is an optional role. Cool. I guess I'll at default that. And now I'll have to npm install again to get the fresh defs. I can const role equals await ctx.prisma.user.find first where id context.user id dot session. And from here, I can select role. User response, and I can return here user response dot role. And now, if I try to use this in the client, the result's going to be, I'll actually do it quick, YOLO. We'll add this to the router here, user. And now on here, const data equals trpc dot, why isn't that letting me import trpc? That's slash, no, where'd I put it? I not do the @ slash. And trpc dot proxy dot user dot me dot use query. And this is role or null or undefined. Now we have our role. We built a new endpoint that returns your role, and we use that in the client to figure things out. So if, I'll say, is loading, if is loading, return null. You'd probably want to put a loading state of some form there, maybe suspend, do something correct. We'll go more in depth on fetching when I do the fetch rant in the future, but for now, that's fine. If data equals, and here we'll autocorrect or autocomplete the two different values because TRPC and Prisma. So if data is user, return null. If data is admin, I guess instead I'm going to do if data is not equal to admin, then we return null. And now we can assume that this exists or that you're an admin. So admin only view. And now If you're not an admin, you will get nothing. And if you are an admin, you'll get an admin view. Is fetching is not a better indicator because this could be happening in multiple places. So like if you called tierpc.proxy.user.me in like a subcomponent or a parent component separately, is fetching would force this to reload. Is loading means that we don't have data. But yeah, I hope this clarifies, like, auth is a thing you do on a request. And if you have things like, but what if I don't want to render this UI based on a user's state? Fetch the user state, then render the UI. Somebody asked about, I'll just open up chat so you can see this question. Do I rely on TypeScript for using like strings that are correct versus building an enum and calling values off it? So like the alternative here would be, this needs to be null still, but here instead I could do role.admin or role.whatever. Is this better? This comes with the huge catch of, actually, I'm going to leave this on the screen. This code will not work in production. Why will this code not work in production? If you can't answer that question, then stop importing enums. There's one word I could add that makes this work that isn't in this file. Someone got it. A lot of you had like the right idea, but only one person's got it correct. Import type. Oh, but when we import type, we can't access values off it. Wait, no, does that not work either? Oh yeah, because we can't actually import and do that comparison. We can't use that. We actually can't. I forgot about that because this is runtime. So we need to actually use a string here. So no. Because we weren't importing as type, that was going to import Prisma on the client, which doesn't work. But when we import as type, that doesn't exist in the runtime, so it doesn't work. I could define my own value to validate against, but now I have to worry about two different values falling out of sync when I could type, like, somebody said this is typoable. No, it's not. I just typoed it. I typoed it again. You can't typo it because it's type safe. It's typo safe. I just realized the very clever, I'll just type it in chat. Typo script, dig it. And no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. TypeScript prevents this. In fact, if you define that as a const somewhere else, let's do it. Let's do what you're suggesting. Const user roles equals admin user. And now here's the problem. If somebody was to fat finger this part, that looks like it's just working. Because we lost the type def when we did this. I did the thing you were worried about, which is the fat fingering using the strategy which you recommended, and it actually doesn't prevent the problem. It actually uniquely adds the problem that you're worried about. If I wanted to do what you're describing back in as const, both of these, and now it knows because admin is lowercase. But if you want to write this for every single value that you make an enum for that isn't front end friendly, go fucking nuts. But you're not going to hire anybody from this chat. Nobody here is going to do that. Please, for the love of Christ, if a thing is a string and that string is type safe, just use the fucking type safe string. Come on. Y'all like to make challenges for yourself sometimes, I swear. Oh, that's actually a good question. What would be a 2022 stack for a separate front end and back end, or where T3 isn't applicable? Great question. Why isn't T3 applicable? The answer to that is going to be the answer to what you should do instead. If T3 isn't applicable because you need to run some crazy WebSocket shit on the back end, pick something that's good for WebSocket shit on the back end. If T3 stack isn't viable because you can't run on AWS, you have to run on your own server, then pick something that's good for running on your own server. Like, the reason you can't use T3 stack is a reason. Use that reason to determine what you should do instead. Now, there's lots of options to build backends with if JavaScript isn't solving the problems that you have. If the T3 stack isn't the right stack for what you're doing, figure out why it's not and start from there. This is one of the most real versions of this message. Thank you for the good jokes. I'm with you, Aiden. People, the one thing I want to emphasize is there are few things in software that get misused quite as hard as JWTs. They encourage some really dumb behaviors on developers' behalfs, and I don't recommend them when doing newbier content at all because of that. So yeah, I agree. Like, if JWTs are causing auth problems, you're doing something wrong, but I don't necessarily agree that JWTs are still are worth recommending, especially to noobs, because they are so vulnerable to those types of problems. Also, huge shout out Visceral X for the gift subs. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. 5 people just had their tickets paid to the sub-only Discord that I owe a bash file or a Z shell file so you guys can have instant code open. I'll show you. I'm going to demo. If you subscribe, you're going to have the command to do this shared at the end of the stream. Did you see how fast that was? I'm going to hold the keyboard here, pressing enter now. Did you see that? Literally the millisecond I pressed enter, VS Code opened. Do you want that? Do you want your VS Code to open as soon as you press the enter key when you type the command in your terminal? Make sure you subscribe and you'll have access to that in the Discord. t3.gg/discord if you're not already there. Thank you to the person who said that in chat. Wait, do it again. One more? Okay. Ready? So, camera, nice and close. I am pressing right now. It is not a rename. I'll do code instead. So here's the default, so you can see how slow it normally is. Still loading. Oh, I must have missed it. Ready? Going now. Do you see that? That was like 200 milliseconds more. Going now. It is not a terminal, or it is a terminal only thing, I guess. I don't think the script I'll be sharing is Mac only, but you could rewrite it for other things. How slow is it when VS Code is closed? Let's try. Let's do the comparison. Going now. Pretty quick versus And I'll close it and do code again. Starting now. Comparable. I think that the delta difference there is not as bad. Yeah. I do like my shorthand. It is very fast. I think I've covered all the major things I wanted to today. We got at least 2 or 3 good pieces of content out of this. Shout out to Des, as always. Y'all are probably doing Auth wrong, and y'all are definitely structuring your folders wrong. Can I give an image of what I wrote on Excalidraw? If you join the sub-only Discord, I can share that image happily. But Excalidraw file access is a sub-only benefit. Sorry. Barry asked if the command is slow because it's running Electron as node. Kind of. It's because the command has to go through multiple layers of node to get to the application, be processed, and then open the application. Whereas my script hits the app directly without all those layers. If you're in the Discord and you're subscribed, there should be a sub-only channel if you link your Twitch account to your Discord account. If you've linked your account and it's still not working and you're subbed here, just that's the one thing you can @ me for. @ me in the Theo posting channel. If you are subbed and it's not working in Discord, I will go refresh it and make sure it works. It can break sometimes, so yeah. Annoy me if it's not working, we'll debug it. Shall we check who is live and give him a big ol' raid? 430 of so of y'all still here. I'll take a look at software, also see who of my friends are live. A Zeos raid could be hilarious. Nobody, I'm like jumping out of my seat to raid. Oh shit, we're getting a bunch of subs now. Yo HSO and yo Drain Orokos, I believe. Thank you both for the subs. Super appreciate it. Why am I still following QA Partner? Because QA Partner hasn't banned me, Aiden. Oh, well. Whoever gets these folks is going to be the top. Oh, fucking Rox is live? Why is Rox live? Wasn't he live like a few hours ago? What the fuck? I owe him a raid, so it looks like we're raiding Rox. Everybody go say hey to my manager. He's mostly a good dude. Should be a fun one. Thank you all for stopping by. Among Us in an hour? Come on, guys. I'm going to an event right now. I have to go meet up with a bunch of my old college friends. If you're still playing in like 2 to 3 hours, I'll stop by. Thank you again, Bash, for the raid. Super appreciated that one. I hope I served your viewers well. It was a fantastic show. Gonna go have a real life for a bit. Go thank Raid, or go thank Rockstar in the raid. Make sure you let him know he's a good manager. He's been helping a lot with the YouTube channel. Thank you all again for stopping by. Be nice to him. He's still learning TRPC. Peace, y'all. See you either this weekend or next week. Might do a weekend stream. Bryn and I want to do a fun thing around Zapdos, and I have a bunch of other shit I want to rant about, but we'll see. Big show next week, too. I'll announce who it is soon. Peace, y'all. And goodbye, YouTube as well. Thank you, guys.